Driving season is here, and my good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an
your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Happy New Year's Eve, everybody. My name is Brendan Nunez, taking over for Allen Stiles today. At least a portion of the show. Got Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here as well. Always good to have him joining me. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Anywhere you're listening, on the YouTube side, on the radio side, happy to take any sort of text, comments, text line 916-339-1140. Plenty to get to today on this New Year's Eve. I'm shocked that it's about to be 2025. I think I accidentally still write 2023 on some papers, or every once in a while we'll put 2025 now.
I still write 2019 on papers.
I don't blame you. I hear that stuff and people are like, oh, that was, how many years ago is that now? 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And that sounds insane to me.
The lockdowns were 5 years ago now.
That's ridiculous.
Crazy to me.
That's ridiculous. This Jemias Ramsey poster back here is from 5-6 years ago at this point. And the Kings have moved on a little bit from a handful of things. Obviously, last time we did this show, Kyle, on Friday, last about 10-15 minutes of our show, around 1:40, the Kings decided to fire their head coach, Mike Brown, after being 13-19 to start their season, and their 6th consecutive loss was the final straw. Want to dive into some of that today. I personally do not think Mike Brown deserved to be fired, but like I said with Jason and Crosstalk a little bit, I'm a little bit of a debater. I like to present both sides, and I think there is an argument for why he did deserve to be fired. So on today's show, we're going to do some reactions, obviously, to takeaways from that Mavericks game last night, where the Kings did take care of business and got a 10-point victory, 110-100 over the injury-riddled Dallas Mavericks. But hey, a win is a win, and their first one under interim head coach Doug Christie. So we're going to dive into some of the takeaways from that game last night to start the show here, but also going to get into, like I mentioned, why I think Mike Brown did not deserve to be fired, and some of the logical reasons on why maybe he did deserve to get fired. As we go a little bit further, also, I think that this coaching change probably means something for De'Aaron Fox and his potential future in Sacramento that may already have been sort of a ticking time bomb, but I think this accelerates that process even more so. Ramona Shelburne had a great article over the weekend sort of outlining how Fox, DeRozan, Sabonis, none of them were involved in the decision-making process that ultimately led to Mike Brown being moved on from. And that, perks my ears up a little bit, because you're not considering De'Aaron Fox's desires when he's a guy that is right now your best player, the star of the team, and has made it clear that he wants to see the direction of this franchise moving forward before he's willing to commit long-term to anything. So I think that's interesting. I also got some personal notes and things I've been hearing that I'm going to add onto that. And now that Doug Christie is fully in charge, how can he try to turn things around from here? Not that much coaching experience for Christie as he goes into this interim job, but it's going to be interesting to see what sort of changes he may make. He's talked about simplifying the offense. I think he tried to really do that in that first Lakers game. Simplifying the defense was an emphasis going into that Dallas game. And I think they're just trying to sort of simplify everything. And he had some interesting comments yesterday about how he feels like teams take on the personality of their coaches. And I think that we actually saw that a little bit in that Dallas game. For sure, some interesting takeaways. And now that we have, 50 games remaining, I believe, throughout the rest of this season, still a long way to go. What sort of changes can Doug Christie make to try and accelerate this process, to try and turn things around for a Kings team that's 12th in the Western Conference and really struggling right now? But starting with this Dallas game and the Kings victory last night, what day of the week is it even today? It's Tuesday, so Monday night. I'm not a big, it's a day that ends in Y. A lot of it doesn't matter in my mind,
During basketball season, they all blend together because there's no consistent schedule, right? They might play on a Monday, they might play on a Friday. It's all kind of the same.
They very much do. So, not typical weekends that I'm working, so it makes me lose track of day of the week a little bit here. But Monday night victory for the Sacramento Kings over the Dallas Mavericks. Just to set the stage a little bit, Dallas was without a lot of guys. They were without, most notably, Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. Not long before the game started, maybe an hour to 2 hours before, Klay Thompson was also ruled out after he was expected to play.
He was running scared.
With an illness. I actually thought it was going to be a big Klay game if he played. Well, it was going to be one of two things. He was going to try to have a big game, because last time this guy was in Golden One Center, he scored 0 points in an elimination game. his last game with the Golden State Warriors on 0 of 10 from the field and 0 of 6 from 3. So I was like, oh, he's about to come back in this building, and he's going to get some shots up.
You know how we do the dog segment and the prop talk at the end? I said Klay Thompson, it was like 20.5 or something. I was like, that bum Klay Thompson is not going to stroll in here and think he's going to score against the Kings. And what do you know? He scored 0 points.
Called it. Back-to-back games at Golden One Center.
0 points.
0 points.
All I'm saying is, would it have mattered if he had played or not? He would have scored 0 points either way.
Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. And maybe more shots going to him than P.J. Washington and Spencer Dinwiddie at the beginning of the game may have ended up being beneficial. But yeah, no Klay Thompson in that game either. Like I mentioned, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving were also out of this game. No Derek Lively. No Najee Marshall in this game as well, who's dealing with a suspension from a recent scuffle in an NBA game. A lot of suspensions going on around the league recently. A couple little, we'll go with scuffles, I guess, that's been taking place recently. And Najee Marshall was part of one of those recently. But so Dallas ends up starting, Spencer Dinwiddie, Jaden Hardy, who, by the way, kind of a Kings draft pick, was traded right after he was selected. He was the last person in the green room. I'm forgetting exactly what draft, but last person in the green room. And I still vividly remember him walking on the stage and putting on a Sacramento Kings hat, but obviously gets traded to the Dallas Mavericks as part of that selection and deal. So Spencer Dinwiddie, Jaden Hardy, Daniel Gafford gets the start at the 5, Quentin Grimes at the 3, and PJ Washington there at the 4. And I mean, with that scenario and all the injuries that Dallas was dealing with, they really have no perimeter, like reliable perimeter creation. Now, if Spencer Dinwiddie heard me say that, he may not appreciate it. He might feel differently, like he's very much capable of doing so. And for what it's worth, he probably proved me wrong yesterday, going 8 of 18, 3 of 6 from 3. I want to say he made at least his first 2 threes and maybe 3 of 4 before slowing down there in the second half. PJ Washington, as Jason just laid out there, made a bunch of his first shots, ended the game 1 of 12 from the field, not as a total, but that was his final stretch for most of that second half and a little bit onwards, ends the game 8 of 20. But they got 58 points just from PJ Washington and Spencer Dinwiddie combined. And, that's more than I think what the Kings would ideally like to give up in a game like that. But they really turned around their defense in the second half. I thought we saw them go to a little bit more zone. There were moments where it's like, all right, they don't have any other creators out of these 2 guys that are rolling. Let's double them and try to make them be playmakers, put them in tough spots and force these other guys to beat us who really didn't have anything going. Quentin Grimes, 4 of 12 from the field, for example. The bench wasn't doing too much for Dallas. They did have a guy named Brandon Williams on their team, by the way, which, a little bit of a throwback for some Kings history there. And he got some buckets towards the end of the game, just so that way the PA announcer, Scott Moak, had to say Brandon Williams a little bit quietly and mumbled, not to ruffle any feathers in the stadium there with old assistant GM that caused some problems under Vlade Divac way back when. But overall, I thought it was a solid game. De'Aaron Fox, just kind of going through the stat sheet here a little bit from this one. De'Aaron Fox ends with 33 points on 13 of 23. I thought he was really aggressive. There was also a moment, there were a couple technicals in this game. Trey Lyles got one at the beginning of the fourth quarter. De'Aaron Fox got one about 2-3 minutes into that third quarter as well. And maybe we can start there with a change sort of noticed with Doug Christie a little bit. I don't think that Mike Brown necessarily wouldn't have done this or anything, but as De'Aaron Fox is getting heated, he is going back and forth with the refs. And I thought that he had an okay case, maybe not the best timing on it because it was right after he clearly did commit a foul, but I think he was still mad about what happened on the other end. And De'Aaron just kept talking to officials. And this is still at the point where the game is really close, a lot closer than it should be. And I'm curious your perspective, Kyle, but I really thought that De'Aaron was about to get tossed.
Oh, 100%. I said the same thing. I'm like, he's going to get tossed here.
I definitely thought so.
Domas is holding him back. Doug is like trying to get him to the bench because he's got to check out at that point. It was like, yeah, I thought he was for sure going to get tossed.
And even if it wasn't at that point, I thought he would later in the game. Like in that moment, it almost felt like we were watching a little bit of a soap opera of this is so dramatic right now with everything that's going on. You know, we're going to get into it more later, but how I think that the Mike Brown firing could impact De'Aaron Fox's decision to remain or not remain in Sacramento long-term moving forward. And if Fox would have got ejected in that game and that would have been the spiral downwards for an eventual loss, like I just already was imagining that in my mind and the chaos that would come with it. And maybe it's because they had lost 6 in a row, obviously leading up to this. So I'm not exactly in the most optimistic mind state watching a lot of these games, but they end up pulling it out. And in that moment, we saw Doug Christie pull De'Aaron Fox and just give him a sec to kind of reset. And I think that was the right decision because, like we both just mentioned, we both thought De'Aaron was probably going to get himself tossed at that point. It definitely seemed to be trending towards that. And instead, like I mentioned, Doug Christie pulls him. And I was like, okay, are we still going to get angry Fox after he comes back in the game? Because as much as people think angry Fox is another player ticking him off, sometimes, a lot of times, I feel like it's actually the officials that get him a little bit mad and he decides to turn it up a notch. We didn't quite get angry Fox, I wouldn't say necessarily, even though he had a big game from then on out after the fact. But like I said, I thought it was a good decision from Christie to try and slow things down a little bit. Just going through the chat a little bit here before we go into this break. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Always happy to see the support. Glad to be in this chair. Allen will be joining us a little bit later today around 11:30. He's going to be hopping in the show. We'll maybe do about half an hour together, and then he'll carry you through the last 2 hours. So you got me here 10 to 12, a little bit of overlap with Allen about 11:30 to 12 before I head over to Kings practice today, where we'll get some interesting things around 1 o'clock or so before Allen Stiles, like I said, takes care of that 10 to 2 hour. So stay tuned. We got a packed show here for you on this New Year's Eve. Brendan Nunez, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. Stay tuned here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. What's happening, Chad, for the wrap-up the year sales event?
Well, I can't believe we made this work. I had to double check to make sure it was legit. But right now you can lease a new 2024 Dodge Hornet RT plug-in for as low as $5 a month plus tax for 24 months with $49.95 due at signing.
Oh, sorry, I must have misheard you. Did you say $5 a month?
I know, it's crazy. But for less than the cost of a cup of coffee each month, you can be driving around a brand new Dodge Hornet. But this $5 a month deal can't last long.
Yeah, I can see why. If you want a new car with a monthly payment half the price of a fast food meal, you better hurry to Hoblet Dodge in Woodland. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$5 for 24-month lease offer before tax and license. Must be a California West Business Center resident. Rebates include $6,500 SFS hybrid electric federal tax credit, subject to change without notice, and $2,500 West BC lease cash. $49.95 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year with 30-cent fee per mile over. Tax and license extra for this net savings. Sample VIN A13914. See dealer for details.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Brendan Nunez, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here, joining you on this 2024 New Year's Eve. Is that how you say it? What do you call it? 2025 New Year's Eve?
No, it's New Year's Eve 2025.
Okay.
It's the eve of 2025.
That does make sense. Sean Maller here in the YouTube chat joking, Kings practice. Last time they had one of those, bad things happened right after. And as he's referencing, last time I was actually live right here on Friday, Kings went through practice and then let go of Mike Brown right after on his drive over to the airport. We're going to dive into that a little bit later in the show, probably in this upcoming segment here. But want to finish talking about this Kings Mavericks game. As we mentioned, PJ Washington and Spencer Dinwiddie doing a heavy carrying of the load for Dallas. And excuse me a little bit, I'm slightly sick. So if you hear any pauses, I may just be, little hiccup, little cough here and there, but no worries. We press on. Spencer Dinwiddie, PJ Washington, very big game. 17 first quarter points for PJ Washington. There was a point where it was like, if PJ makes his free throw, he's about to have more points than the entire Kings team. And luckily he missed the free throw. So we're, a little silver lining. Hey, he doesn't have more points than all the Kings. He just has the same points as the entire Sacramento Kings.
He just finishes with tying his career high for first quarter points, hit his most points as a Dallas Maverick in a quarter, most 3-pointers he's made in a quarter as a Dallas Maverick. Literally has the greatest quarter he's ever had as a Dallas Maverick. And some of those career stats matched his totals from that game when he was on the Hornets last year, when he put up like 42 points against the Kings at Golden One Center.
Yep. Yeah, pretty funny. Frankie reminded me going into the game that PJ Washington's still standing career high, like Kyle just mentioned, was against the Sacramento Kings in Golden One Center while he was a member of the Hornets still. And it's a little, I remember last year being like, the Kings should probably go try to trade for PJ Washington, but whatever, I'm over it. Maybe I'm not, but I'm telling myself I am.
The most wrong I've ever been on a take is saying that I think the Mavericks got worse by getting PJ Washington over Grant Williams, because PJ Washington was the third best player on a team that went to the finals.
He was somehow. And credit to the Mavericks, by the way, for calling it quits on the Grant Williams deal the same year that they signed it, because I think that's one of the biggest positives that a GM can have, is admitting your mistakes early and moving on from them while you can still recoup some value. And I think that there's a lot of value in being able to do that, even if it's your mistake. But you also need to have some leeway with the people that are sort of keeping you in charge, which when you're a general manager is really ownership, that they're not going to be like, man, why'd you do this in the first place? If you do go out and be willing to admit that mistake. And I'm actually a fan of Grant Williams, but obviously he's had a slow start and wasn't exactly what Dallas wanted. I think vocally was maybe a little bit, didn't quite mesh with that group, I guess we'll say. He's definitely a vocal guy. Have you seen his interview, by the way, where he does a press conference? I want to say it must have been right around Halloween, where he's fully dressed up as Batman and he does the voice the entire time.
Yeah, because one of my favorite drops, I can't play it on the show, obviously, but one of my favorite drops is Jason Tatum in the background yelling, "What the F are you doing?"
Yeah.
While he's doing a press conference as Batman.
It's perfect. It's perfect. In that way, because this reminded me. So last night in the locker room post game, I forget who we're talking to, but in the background, I think it's Doug McDermott that comes into the locker room, just having taken a shower. And he says something about hey, that might be the fastest shower anybody's taken here. And Orlando Robinson's like, I don't know about that, man. Mine was quicker, blah, blah, blah. And so he turns to me and it's it's just dudes being dudes, and even these hyper competitive guys, even I took the quickest shower. No, I took the quickest shower. And I thought that was just funny, because it's a very typical just dude conversation that you'd have with your friends and happening in an NBA
I don't know
room.
if I've ever had a conversation with my friends about how quick a shower is.
I think that's very fair, but also we're not in the setting where we're
showering together.
That's the wording I was trying to avoid, Kyle. That's why I paused for half.
That's why I said it, because you were clearly trying to avoid talking about showering together.
That's fair. Yeah. Anyways, no no clear segue out of that one. But I will say that I think that we did notice some differences with Doug Christie at the helm here. I am still moving on from that one.
Speaking of showering, let's talk about the Kings' third quarter run. How about that?
There you go. They were showering threes during that stretch. Lack of turnovers. Great work there, Kyle. 25-3 run for Sacramento in that third quarter. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, they held Dallas to only 17 points in that third quarter, which I thought was a pretty encouraging stretch for the Kings. Again, this is against a team that really doesn't have reliable perimeter creators. If you want to call Spencer Dinwiddie that, I understand. I think that's fine. But really, he's not the same caliber as most other teams that you're going to deal with when it comes to perimeter creation. So finding a way to slow him down, there's no way that Spencer Dinwiddie should just absolutely, be the end of you in a game. And PJ Washington also factoring in there, obviously, as well. But a little bit of bigger lineups, I felt like, that Doug Christie was rolling out there. A lot of Trey Lyles had a really good game. I want to say this is his fourth game back after missing about a month, 10 games with a calf injury. And I think he's starting to find a little bit of a rhythm here. He played just under 22 minutes, 5 of 9 from the field, 3 of 6 from 3, by the way, 14 points. He was a plus 31. I don't know if I saw that plus minus until right now, and plus minus a little bit of a flawed stat sometimes, but I thought that Trey was productive in his minutes. And there was a lot of times where he was running the 4 alongside Alex Len or a Domantas Sabonis. They did run him at the 5 a little bit in that third quarter, which I thought was kind of typical for what you would see with Mike Brown as well, of, all right, we're going to go with Alex Len in this first half, second half. I don't really know how I felt about that. Maybe let's just go to Trey Lyles at the backup 5. And it worked. But some of those bigger lineups, that could even be, there's lineups where I mentioned Trey playing next to Domas. You could also have Keegan out there and Kevin Huerter, and then say Malik Monk playing the 1 was, I believe, one specific 5-man crew that we saw out there for the Kings. And I thought that was a little bit different, because Mike Brown was always talking about really complimenting other teams' length, size, athleticism. And I honestly kind of felt like it was a little bit of a cry for help sometimes. And Doug Christie showed, hey, maybe if we just work this out a little bit differently, we can actually get some big lineups ourselves, even if they don't maybe have the same length and athleticism as some of these other groups.
It's palpably noticeable when Keegan is playing the 3 versus Keegan playing the 4, because you see that lineup change. You see the offense change in real time when Keegan doesn't have to guard Aaron Gordon's, or Keegan isn't guarding Jaden Hardy's. It's interesting to watch it happen in real time. And the Alex Len minutes are something I noticed in the Laker game too, is not only Alex Len playing more, but playing earlier than we're used to seeing Alex Len substitutions come in. So they've made the call that, Trey Lyles can play some stretch 5, but they're probably better off with him at the 4, at least as things presently stand right now, the way the roster is constructed. And, I think maybe the coolest moment of the night was Trey Lyles getting teed up, immediately going down the floor and hitting a corner 3 on the very next possession. That was a very quintessential. Trey Lyles is known as the fiery guy for the Kings, and for him to deliver that was cool, because he was the second King to get a tech in that second half.
For sure. And we mentioned with De'Aaron, you feel like he's probably going to get a second one. Trey just had to get it out real quick, and then he was good.
I thought Domas was going to pick up one at one point, which is how fiery it's got to be for Domas to pick up a tech.
It's true. And DeMar was getting hit in the face in this game, and DeMar's been a little bit rough recently throughout this stretch, I would say. Rotationally, though, I think one of the things that's interesting to me is that my understanding is that even when Mike Brown was in charge, that Doug Christie was the one that was kind of assigned the rotations. That previously had been Jordy Fernandez. That was Doug Christie's job throughout the course of this season. And that's not to say that Mike Brown didn't still get the final say. If he was feeling something in the moment, that he wouldn't still be like, hey, let's just go do this. Go to the bench, call him out, and just get that in action right away. But Doug Christie was in charge of rotations throughout most of this season. And I think that's why you haven't seen any drastic changes necessarily. You're seeing the same starting 5. He didn't make a change to that starting group. We can debate if we think he should, which I personally do. But then you're seeing 4 guys consistently off the bench. You're seeing Kevin Huerter, you're seeing Keon Ellis, and then you're seeing 2 guys that we just talked about, Alex Len and Trey Lyles. A little bit more size, I guess you would say. I also don't think, for what it's worth, that Mike Brown had that much run with Trey Lyles this season. Trey was missed a lot of games, and he missed all of preseason. He missed all of training camp with a groin injury. Was, I think, kind of off to a slow start at the beginning of the year, not getting that warm-up period. And then he has the calf injury, 10 games out. And so I think that also put Mike Brown in a little bit of a different spot rotationally than what necessarily new interim head coach Doug Christie is getting to deal with right now. But no matter, some interesting slight changes that I think that we've kind of seen with Doug Christie here. But as we continue the show, getting into this next segment right after the break, I want to talk about why Mike Brown did deserve to get fired. Now, I don't necessarily know that I think he should have, but I think there's solid arguments to be made on why he should have got fired at the time he did. So we're going to dive into that here on the next segment here. Brendan Nunez, Kyle Ledbetter, Sacktown Sports, 1140.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple. Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
California, it's the Ford Year-End Sell-a-thon. 14 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through January 2nd and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford Year-End Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end January 2nd. So go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, January 18th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ C-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brendan Nunez filling in for Allen Stiles here on Sacktown Sports 1140, taking you up till 11:30. Probably be in here till about noon, sharing the seats with Allen for maybe half an hour as he takes you through from noon to 2, and I'll head off to Sacramento Kings practice. Should be some interesting stuff there, as I believe this is Doug Christie's first practice as interim head coach, which is partially what made the Mike Brown firing timing very interesting. You know, you would have thought that, hey, if you're going to do that, maybe do it before practice just so Doug can get a practice with this group. But like we mentioned at the start, there's 50 games left in the season. Doug is going to get plenty of practice days with this Kings team. I am curious, actually, if they will practice less under Doug Christie, because I think that's one of the things Mike Brown was sort of known for, that they were going to practice a lot. He and Malik Monk would joke about that, and publicly, you know, Malik would joke that, hey, if we do, I took a charge today, Mike Brown better not have practice tomorrow, you know, and kind of joking around. But I will say, I think that they're been some whispers that like the amount that they practiced, maybe not every player on the team necessarily loved that from Mike Brown's standpoint, but a little bit more old school style, I guess, from Brown, and the details matter is when it comes down to it. But ultimately, obviously, the decision was made to move on from Mike Brown after 2 1/3 or so season in Sacramento. He and Dave Yeager are the longest head coaches, are the head coaches that De'Aaron Fox had the longest throughout his 8 years now with the Sacramento Kings. Doug Christie is his 5th head coach, actually. But before we get into, maybe why I question the Mike Brown firing and what that could mean for De'Aaron Fox, we're going to get into that in some of these upcoming segments. Let's talk about why he did deserve to get fired. And again, that's not necessarily the side I take, but I think there's strong arguments because I was listening to Sam Vecini, the Game Theory podcast. I think he does really good work, a lot of draft stuff, but also league-wide coverage. I'm a big fan of the work that Sam Vecini does. And I thought he had an interesting perspective that I haven't heard that many people say at this point. And I heard this a little bit from other people at the game yesterday as well, that when a team has this level of talent, and obviously there is a roster imbalance, there's no overlooking that, right? But you have De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, and even if you just left it there, but, we can throw in Kevin Huerter, Keon Ellis in this group as well, Trey Lyles, if you want to throw them in there. But I would say really that starting 5 that they've been rolling with for 11 or 12 games now, whatever it's been since they ended up moving Malik into that starting spot, you have talent on this group. And there's no way you should be 12th in the Western Conference, even though this is an extremely crowded, competitive Western Conference. And 13-19 just is not cutting it. Kyle, I actually want to ask you real quick first, is there any, like in your mind, does it make sense just simple as that, really? If you're underperforming to that extent, that some change has to be made? Because this was a massive underperformance up to this point in the year, even though there were still 51 games left at that point.
Yeah, my answer would be no to that. It's not that you have to make big picture change or like organizational shifting change just because there's underperforming situations. If you believe the process was correct and the results did not meet the process, then you make smaller changes. I don't know exactly what some of the interpersonal stuff was going on, but maybe you switch up your voice in the room. Maybe there's different interpersonal dynamics with players. Maybe it meant a trade. Maybe it meant saying, hey, we're going to reconvene and maybe change our course of direction. But if you believe in the process and you believe in the work that you're doing, you don't have to make big changes just because you haven't met the standard in the short term. Obviously, they had longer term goals this year, but in the short term, they were dramatically underachieving, of course. But no, I don't think you have to make big change just for the sake of we didn't meet our expectations, therefore let's change our direction altogether.
And I think that's fair. Obviously, that is the direction they decided to go and felt like some change was needed. The aspect that I find myself caught up on a little bit is the way that it was very clear that the team was not, I was going to say listening, but listening doesn't even feel like the right word, but not executing what Mike Brown was asking them to do. Because there were multiple games, specifically on this 6-game losing streak that eventually led to Brown's firing, where he was very clear that, hey, we told them to do this, and that just absolutely did not happen. In the Denver game, which I want to say was the first or second loss of that 6-game losing streak, Mike Brown made it very clear, hey, this is a team that likes the backdoor cut, and they like to get in the paint. And from the jump, I think this is also the first game or one of the first games. Somebody was out this game. Keegan Murray was out this game. And DeMar DeRozan ends up starting on Aaron Gordon, which I thought was a bad decision.
Oh, yeah.
And Doug McDermott got the start in that game. That's right. I thought that was a bad decision for Mike Brown for what it's worth.
Because you know what Denver did? put Aaron Gordon in the post and just kept feeding it to him. And I think when he subbed out at the 8-minute mark, Gordon had 13 points and the Kings as a team had 9.
Yeah, the PJ Washington situation was sort of a repeat in history, I guess, there from that game. But also, I think that DeMar DeRozan has been pretty bad defensively for this Kings team, by the way. I think specifically off ball, like that is the spot. You're sort of setting him up for failure, kind of, in that aspect, because first of all, I think that level of physicality, not that DeMar isn't a physical player, but Aaron Gordon is on another level when it comes to some of that physicality and specifically trying to do that around the rim. And it's the off-ball cuts that's what Aaron Gordon makes all his money off of, specifically, obviously, playing alongside the best passing big of all time, really, in Nikola Jokic. And that's not a great spot for DeMar DeRozan to be in. But it was emphasized coming into that game. We're worried about back cuts, and we're worried about them getting in the paint. And that is exactly what Denver was able to do. Again, I don't think Mike Brown put them in the easiest spot with that starting rotation, but also to his credit, I want to say 5 minutes into that game, he ended up going to Jay Crowder. And Doug McDermott had maybe 16 or so points, kind of just guessing off the top of my head. It was in that range in that game. He had okay production, and the thought was, hey, we need a little bit more three-point shooting because we've been slumping in that aspect, which has been happening for a lot of this season, but didn't execute what was the game plan. Also against the Lakers, very, very similar game plan. A large team that likes to try to get in the paint, make their plays from there, and the other aspect is offensive rebounds. And in the first Lakers game, they had 3 or 4 offensive rebounds on their first couple possessions. And you see Mike Brown call a quick timeout and relay the game plan to everybody. Hey, we just talked about this. So finish a defensive possession with a rebound, or the Lakers are going to kill us. This is their game. And that continued. Horrible first start. And then now we're looking at 2 games in a row, at least at this point, where the Kings get off to really bad starts. So going into the second Lakers game, two games against the Lakers in a row. Again, we got Dallas, LA, and then this next game against LA, which was a back-to-back over the course of a weekend. Emphasized in pregame, we have to get off to a good start. We have to be locked in early. This is Mike Brown saying this. We have to be locked in early. We have to get off to a good start. Same points of emphasis as we had in the last game and loss against the Lakers. They came out and did the exact same thing. And obviously the pinnacle of all this is when you end up losing the game to the Pacers, and then you get to this Detroit Pistons game and final possession, which, again, I'm a guy that there's a lot of possessions in a game and it never truly comes down to one play, because in a one possession game, you could point at any one possession and say this is the one that changed it. But also, it did kind of come down to that last play with just how everything ended up playing out. And if De'Aaron Fox doesn't have the, to be honest, just brain fart that he did and foul Jaden Ivey, really the issue is that he was even off of Jaden Ivey's body at all. You should be chest to chest. The game plan was, hey, if they get the ball and their backs to the basket, foul. Mike Brown wanted them to foul up 3. And we're going to play the free throw game here. We just saw the New York Knicks do this the other night against the Washington Wizards, who finally lost a game by less than 10 points. By the way, shout out to them, really turning their season around.
Pool Boy and Jacuzzi is going to be quite an all-timer of an era.
That is I have not heard that, actually. Jacuzzi's a good one.
Oh, you haven't heard the Pool Boy and Jacuzzi?
I had not. No. I had not. That is a very solid one. But it was very clear in that timeout. Mike Brown made it clear to us in postgame that his messaging was exactly what I just mentioned. Foul if their backs to the basket. We would rather foul here, but specifically, we do not care if we give up a 2. Guard the perimeter and stick to any guy at the 3-point line. De'Aaron Fox, of all people, this is the same week or so that he has his agent essentially say, we need to be doing something, or I'm not sure about my future with this team. And then he doesn't execute. And at some point, Kyle, I reached the point of, I don't know what to make of them not listening and executing to their coach. Like, I'm still, in a way getting accustomed to coach firings. This is probably my second one since covering the Sacramento Kings, with Luke Walton being the first one, Alvin Gentry ending up taking over. So I've always been told that when somebody loses the locker room, it doesn't look like how you think it would. It's not you walk in there and everybody's whispering, and it's like ominous or something.
It's not the Bears coach getting interrupted post-game because a cornerback is yelling at him for messing up.
Exactly. There's examples for sure where it's obvious, but to me, the repeated, they're not executing exactly what he's saying, and I think Mike is saying the right things. I couldn't help but keep being like, well, this is on the players because Mike is telling them the right things in my mind, but they're not doing it. But at some point, I did start to question, well, did he lose the locker room? And to be honest, I don't think we're going to know the answer.
Yeah, it's one of those things where fault doesn't matter, because if the message isn't being communicated in a way that players are responding, then the problem is the message. The problem is the leader in that situation. So I guess in that respect, it falls on him. I guess my follow-up question to that point would be, was this a problem that could not have been overcome? Like, we're at an impasse and something has to change. I think Eric Spoelstra said it best. And for those who don't know, LeBron asked Spoelstra to be fired his first year in Miami. He went to Pat Riley and asked them to fire Spoelstra, but Eric Spoelstra said, talking about Mike Brown, some of our best moments have been when we've lost or we've struggled with things, and you all get in a room and the organization says, figure it the bleep out. And my follow-up question would just be, was the miscommunication in such a bad place that it couldn't be resolved?
I agree, and I think that is the main question, and it's hard for us to know. The players did not have any say in the firing of Mike Brown. I think that some people were bigger fans of him than others, but there's not a way to really know. So there's valid questions that I think led to the firing of Mike Brown, but I personally don't think it was the right way to go. And in this next segment, I want to outline the reasons why I think Mike Brown didn't deserve to get fired from the Sacramento Kings, especially 31 games into his third season after what I thought was changing the culture, exactly what he was trying to do and mentioned in his introductory press conference over 2 years ago. So going to dive into that. Would love to get your guys' perspective. Any thoughts on why Mike Brown did or did not deserve to get fired on the YouTube chat here? Feel free to text or call 916-339-1140. We'll get to your thoughts on why Mike Brown should not have gotten fired from the Sacramento Kings on the other side here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max used for adults only.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start January 8th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well, and I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or a versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability. And they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Febreze.
So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la. Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
There's a reason why more and more people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. And it's not just because they're centrally located next to Hagan Oaks Golf Course. It's because they make the car buying experience different than anywhere else. Yeah, of course they can get you a great price. That's the easy part. Where their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team really make a difference is they don't believe you should have to sacrifice great customer service to get a great deal. Stomp on in today and see for yourself. That's Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Happy New Year's Eve on the Allen Stiles Show here, Sacktown Sports 1140. I'm not Allen Stiles, though. Brendan Nunez here, filling in for my guy Allen until about 11:30 or so. I think Allen's going to join me here, and we'll have some overlap while Allen takes you through the last 2 hours. But we just dove into potential reasons why why it's understandable that Mike Brown got fired. That's me being a little bit like I feel like I'm supposed to present both sides, because I pretty strongly feel like he should not have gotten fired. And I think that this maybe we'll have a little bit more depth to this segment, I guess, because obviously this is where I feel a little bit more strongly.
The last segment, we were like, the players weren't really listening to, or weren't really weren't really executing his game plan, and Keon Ellitt's minutes were weird. And now let's talk about why it's, as I called it, indefensible.
For sure. And I'm with you. And you know, you mentioned the Keon Ellis minutes. I don't think we touched on it too much in that last segment, but that's definitely part of it and something that we'll dive into more moving forward here in the Keon conversation specifically, because I know that's a sticking point for a lot of the fan base. But Mike Brown, when he first got the job in Sacramento, he talked about how he wanted to change the culture of the Kings. And the thing that I specifically remember, I think Frankie mentioned this on Friday as well, is that, or maybe it was Chris Watkins on our podcast, I'm forgetting, that said that Mike Brown mentioned the importance of having a vertical and horizontal alignment in the organization. when he first got hired as Kings head coach 2+ seasons ago. And that meaning all the players need to be on the same page. His entire coaching staff needs to be on the same page. He needs to be on the same page as the front office group, as Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox, as ownership with Vivek Ranadive and Matina as well. And everybody needs to be aligned. He would tell you the ball boys, the equipment managers, the media relations staff. He would tell you that everybody needs to be aligned. And I don't feel like that really happened. It felt like there was always a weird, almost like counter messaging indirectly when you heard from Mike Brown compared to when you heard from Monty McNair. Monty McNair at the beginning of this season was talking about how we need to get our offense back to where it was. And Mike Brown is saying, we're a good offensive team. I know we can get it done there. We need to be top 5, not necessarily stressing about top 1, 2, 3. Top 5, top 10. Ideally, top 5 is where Mike Brown would aim for a lot. But that they couldn't be a bottom team defensively. And this is Mike Brown coming from years of experience, having been on championship teams. Yes, he was also the defensive coordinator for one of those teams, but you knew that coming in. And he still did cater to your offense. They had the best offense in NBA history, offensive rating-wise, at the time in that first Beam Team season where they ended up breaking the drought. And I would say breaking the drought itself was a big success, obviously. 16 years or 16 seasons, 17 years where Sacramento was not in the postseason. And Mike Brown broke them out of that. To be fair, it's not just Mike Brown. There is some credit, more than some, but credit due to Monty McNair in that situation as well. I thought that was the best year he had, obviously, and that's why Mike Brown wins unanimous coach of the year. Monty McNair wins executive of the year. He trades Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis. They draft Keegan Murray. They sign Malik Monk. They trade for Kevin Huerter. They add Trey Lyles in free agency and essentially built the team that you see right now, minus DeMar DeRozan, who was the key addition this last offseason. But I thought that Mike Brown was changing the culture of the Kings. And the Kang stuff came back up after they fired Mike Brown. Well, during the 6-game losing streak, I guess it was coming up a little bit for sure.
There were some moments.
There were. Yeah, the 4-point play to lose the game. That's a very Kangs moment.
The DeMar DeRozan bobbling the ball at the end.
Yes, that was the Denver game. And, the key thing here, 3-11 in games decided by 5 points or less. That's the worst, most losses decided by 5 points or less in the NBA this year. There's not the clutch execution going on, especially when you have guys like the inaugural clutch player of the year, De'Aaron Fox. DeMar DeRozan was runner-up to Steph Curry last year for that voting. You thought they would be good in that aspect. And they weren't. But I thought that Mike Brown was changing the culture. And I sensed that misalignment between the front office and the coaching staff. But I think the main point I want to make here is that if you already knew that you weren't that committed to Mike Brown, which I think to the point that we talked about earlier, the fact that you didn't let him work through this means that you weren't that committed in the first place.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless you just needed a fall guy because it's like, oh, all this is going to crap. We have to pin this on somebody. But that's not the way that an organization should be functioning. And I'd like to assume that that's not what was going on here.
Or at the very least, you could say, hey, ownership kind of wants Doug Christie as the coach anyways.
Yeah. And, Doug Christie was not a Mike Brown hire. Doug Christie was part of this organization already. And Mike was kind of told, hey, by the way, this guy's going to be on your staff, which is an interesting dynamic for sure.
Especially given that he's now the head coach and all of Mike Brown's assistants are still on the staff.
Yep. And that makes for an interesting dynamic for sure. But I thought that Mike Brown did a good job changing the culture in Sacramento. And sure, that's only temporary, but they were legitimately a laughingstock for a long time. I don't need to tell all the fan base that, obviously. They've experienced it more than anybody else. But you go down the line. De'Aaron Fox had his best years of his career under Mike Brown. Now, maybe it's just his prime and he would have had this no matter what, but I don't think you can just scoff at that. Domantas Sabonis had his best years of his career under Mike Brown.
2 All-NBA teams.
2 All-NBA teams, and it's really not close. He's been phenomenal under Mike Brown. Malik Monk had the best years of his career under Mike Brown, really letting him play make more. And again, if you wanted to just sort of, take a comb through all this stuff, like Malik Monk would have got more opportunity on his next deal no matter what. Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are just in their primes now. That doesn't just mean for sure that these guys are going to have the best years of their career. I think Mike Brown was doing something right. He's a defensive guy that got them to excel offensively, and he was focused on eventually building a championship team. Even if that means that we're going to take steps back right now, this is where we have to make progress, specifically talking defensively, if we want to be viewed in that sort of light and actually serious down the line. And I think that's the right way to look at it, but obviously he wasn't given the freedom and the time to necessarily do so. So I think that's an interesting aspect here for sure. And De'Aaron Fox was clearly a fan of Mike Brown. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne yesterday had a great article that outlined how De'Aaron Fox actually told them that he does not want a different head coach when Mike Brown's extension negotiations were going on this offseason. Those were a little rocky, tumultuous, conversations that took place there, and it wasn't the smoothest coming to a extension agreement. So want to dive into, now that Mike Brown is fired, what does that mean for the future of De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento? It may have already been doomed. It may have already been reaching the end, but I kind of feel like this is probably the final straw for De'Aaron Fox and his time in Sacramento. Going to dive into that here on the other side. Happy to take any thoughts in the YouTube chat here. Text line, call line, 916-339-1140. What do you think of them letting go Mike Brown? And what does it mean for De'Aaron Fox's future in the next segment here on Sacktown Sports 1140?
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
StocktonHonda.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? we thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. Vos está pronto.
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now it's our lowest price of the season on our top-selling i8 smart bed. Your best savings plus special financing. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Happy New Year's Eve to everybody out there. I totally knew it was a New Year's Eve when I woke up today. Absolutely. And Brendan Nunez here, filling in for Allen Stiles on the midday show. He'll be here in not too long. Hop in here, get his perspective on everything that's going on with the Sacramento Kings. Finally got a win last night and stopped their 6-game losing skid. Right now, though, I got Frankie Cardicelli in here with me. Just hopped in, decided to join the conversation. How you doing, Frank?
We bring
Happy New Year. Oh, yeah.
That's what we do.
Every show.
I
can't escape it.
You're lucky we didn't bring you in with Kid Rock. If Kyle knew you were walking
That's
in.
right.
This is what happened. Frankie didn't tell me that he was coming in until 2 minutes ago because he didn't want me to play Kid Rock.
Smart move.
I have to sneak attack now.
Yeah.
I have to sneak attack. But hold on. You didn't know it's New Year's Eve?
Okay, I knew like late last night, I realized. I was supposed to have New Year's Eve plans with my little sister that lives out here, and I have not coordinated with her.
Okay.
To be honest.
Well, those are the best New Year's plans.
Yeah.
Ones that kind of come up, out of the blue.
Yeah. It might not happen.
We were talking
but
about
we'll
this
see.
earlier. Brennan, it could be a Friday, it could be a Monday. The Kings season is so disorienting to him that he just doesn't know what day of the week is.
But that's true and it is a good point because I do find it, especially at times like this where the games are all kind of packed together and
So many
our
weekend
work
games.
days bleed into one another. And like, a lot of people have today off. That's not a slight or anything. A lot of people have today off.
A lot of people do, but America's just dumb and doesn't make it a holiday.
Yeah, they all kind of bleed together. And like the fact that there is a game tomorrow, so we do have work tomorrow, makes New Year's Eve interesting. I'm probably going to be like, maybe asleep, maybe in bed. I don't know.
What?
Like we're on we're on baby watch, so like I don't think we're going to be out and about. Like, but you live it up, young man. You live it up.
We'll see what happens, Franklin. That's crazy. Are you like a New York New Year's guy? I mean, you're a little bit of a New York guy, Are you like a 9 p.m.? It's midnight over there.
Well, I mean, I think when you're younger, you're like, oh my god, it's New Year's in France. Like, I think right now we really, I think we'll probably we're finishing the Penguin. We're gonna throw on the Penguin and watch the last couple episodes.
What an odd vibe.
Well, I'm not gonna watch, what is it, Dick Clark's Rockin' Eve or whatever. Like I probably won't put that on till like 11 something.
Sure, but there's exit ramps in between Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve or Andy Cohen on CNN and the Penguin.
You're right. I will check on that for sure. But like, are there any other New Year's staples? I mean, there's basketball on the night. Oh, there is a college football playoff game at 4:30 tonight. I think it's Penn State and who else, Kyle?
I think Boise
State. That's right. So I'll be checking that out. But the wife is not is not feeling great right now. She's ready. She's ready to go, ready to have little Frank. So, I don't think she'll be able to focus very much on whatever we're watching. But she did watch the Kings game last night, though, actually. And my family as a whole was very, very pleased to see a beam lit for the first time in 3 weeks almost? I think 3 weeks for a home game, right?
22. I keep accidentally saying games. 22 days since the last home beam in Sacramento, which is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Been a little while. I want to dive into the Ramona Shelburne article, what the Mike Brown firing might mean for De'Aaron Fox, but let's start with just getting your general takeaways. We talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the show, but that game against Dallas, they end up winning. Obviously, PJ Washington, Spencer Dinwiddie have huge first halves, and then they hold Dallas to 17 points in that third quarter. Pretty good fourth quarter, too. Just what stood out to you in that game? Doug Christie's first win as interim head coach.
You know, I mean, they got punched in the mouth early, and I think we've seen the Kings get hit a lot over the past couple of weeks. And, you know, the fact that it was a very shorthanded Dallas team, obviously that draws a little bit more, you know, caution, I think, and kind of puts a bit of a bigger red flag up.
Because they usually lose those games.
Well, they usually lose those games. And yeah. I think when the lineups got posted, we kind of looked at it and we're like, wow, like this has got to be a win, right? And going down by 18 in the first quarter and just getting hammered on the perimeter, the same problems that we've seen all season long and saw in that first game against Los Angeles and in Doug's first game as interim head coach. The fact that they were able to kind of calm things down and, you know, well, maybe not calm down from a standpoint of there were a lot of guys getting heated, but from a standpoint of from their play style, able to slow down Dallas on the perimeter, able to hammer the paint, you know, kind of find what's working. De'Aaron Fox had his offense going last night and was pretty much playing angry, which we talk about how effective he is when he's playing angry. But, you know, really it was overall kind of an ugly game and one that you have to wonder if one or two of Kyrie or Luka play, you know, do they win that game? I don't know. But, you know, you can only worry about what's in front of you. And they responded to a big deficit, their biggest comeback win of the year, 18 points. And,
wow,
you know,
I realize that.
Yeah, I mean, G-Man, I heard on some audio from the G-Man last night, he pointed it out.
There's no way they should have been down 18.
No.
But whatever. A win is a win.
I will just say, like, my main takeaway is the fact that they were able to respond to adversity, and maybe it wasn't the greatest form as far as the, you know, opponent and the talent across from you, but just facing a big deficit, and really it was a kind of uncomfortable feeling in the arena early. I mean, it was kind of like those feelings of you hear boos and just kind of like groans. It was really just kind of just everyone in the arena was kind of fed up. And, you know, near the end of that game, it got loud, and you could tell that fans were waiting for a while because the light the beam chants were ringing pretty loud at the end. And, you know, now they got to make it matter, I guess, is the main thing here.
Absolutely. I thought that was one of the most engaged Golden One crowds that we've heard actually this whole season. Probably a little desperate for something good to happen at this point, but there was a possession where they got like 3-4 offensive rebounds and the crowd got super into it. And then from there, I want to say that's towards the end of the third, maybe midway through the fourth, somewhere in that range. And then from there, the energy was great throughout the rest of the night. And everybody contributed to it, I thought, on Sacramento's side. Some decent bench production from Trey Lyles there. And obviously, as we mentioned, this is Doug Christie's first game as interim head coach. Sorry, his first win, second game as interim head coach since the Sacramento Kings decided to move on for Mike Brown. And yesterday, Ramona Shelburne in the morning had a very interesting article kind of detailing some of the players' perspective on Mike Brown's firing, the front offices, or well, the team's perspective on some of these decisions as well. But at the top of it, she specifically dives into De'Aaron Fox's perspective, which I think is important here because we knew that De'Aaron Fox is a Mike Brown guy, that he was a fan of the hiring. Luke Laux obviously coming with Mike Brown and a lot of the other staffers, you know, if you want to put Jay Triano in there, Leandro Barbosa, you could keep going down the line. Jordy Fernandez before he took the job with Brooklyn, obviously this offseason. We knew that De'Aaron Fox was a Mike Brown guy. And Ramona points out here that Mike Brown would text Fox every day with a grade. And De'Aaron Fox appreciated that push. He talks about how this is a quote in the piece here from Ramona talking to De'Aaron Fox. Quote, "I've always been coached hard," Fox said. "I went to Kentucky because Calipari would be hard on me." And I've seen some people like pushing back on this idea a little bit because Mike Brown publicly called out De'Aaron Fox a lot of times, specifically in this 6-game losing streak. I think that De'Aaron is genuine when he says he liked the push. I think that the Calipari, sure, he was there for 1 year. That's true. But you don't go there if you don't you know what you're walking into when you go to Kentucky under Calipari, that he's going to push you hard, that you're trying to eventually make it to the NBA. And the team that he's been rumored to be interested in going to, if he does move on from Sacramento, is the San Antonio Spurs, who are coached by Greg Popovich, probably the closest to like a military ran team in the NBA. I don't think there's any two ways that this guy likes to be pushed hard. And so I'm curious your perspective on how Mike Brown did that, and anything that he said publicly to media. He already had said to De'Aaron Fox behind closed doors, but did you find it weird, sort of the messaging that was going through public platforms, through us in media, that Mike Brown was pushing De'Aaron, or what's your perspective on how that relationship was?
I think it's kind of just like a perfect storm of the Rich Paul stuff coming out like relatively around the same time, and I think it's kind of got misconstrued with the reports that there were people in the front office that were unhappy, and obviously that's kind of coinciding with the Mike Brown situation, Rich Paul meeting with the team to kind of figure out what De'Aaron's future looks like. Those two things kind of happen so close together. I think that outside perspectives kind of just merge them together. And when you've been watching the Kings or following them like we have, and especially when we kind of talk to people we talk to, there really is nothing there. I mean, De'Aaron Fox, there was none of that perspective or that narrative that, De'Aaron Fox went to management to get Mike Brown fired. Fox came out and defended himself yesterday on Twitter, which he's not super outspoken on social media, but he will when he feels like he really needs to.
If he needs to dispel a narrative.
And he did. He did. And I think that everyone that kind of covers the team knows that's not the case at all. That's not the case by a long shot. And like you said, Mike has always wanted the best for De'Aaron. He's always wanted De'Aaron Fox to be not just the best player in Sacramento, but one of the best guards in the NBA. And the fact that, like in Ramona Shelburne's piece, that he's sending him individually a grade after every practice, I doubt he's doing that for every player. And that's no knock on the other players on the team, but we talk about it over and over again. It's like beating a dead horse, but the Sacramento Kings, this version will go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes them. Mike Brown knew that. And I'm sure that Doug Christie knows that as well. And I think everyone in the front office knows that as well, too. They need him to be operating at a high level. And you can look at last night's game as a prime example. The Kings were really just kind of dead weight last night, and De'Aaron Fox kind of willed them to a win, 33 points. And I think that Mike Brown, what happened, it's unfortunate that it's kind of culminating to De'Aaron Fox getting that main finger pointing at him. And I think that people are going to, over time, maybe stop kind of pointing to him as much. But, if you follow the team and you know what's going on, you know that that's not the case here. And if you want to say that because you don't like Fox, or you think that he has, he mails it in or doesn't show up throughout all four quarters of the game, that's your opinion. But he didn't go to management and say, Mike Brown's a problem, let's get him out of here. Because Mike Brown was one of the main reasons why Fox was, thriving over the past couple of years. And most importantly, Fox was content in the past couple of years.
Yeah, we can tell you, just like Frankie did, De'Aaron Fox had no problem with Mike Brown. No players were involved in the firing of Mike Brown. They were not consulted for that decision. I think one of the last telling quotes here, and we'll get to more on the other side from Fox in this Ramona Shelburne piece, is, quote, "I feel like there's this perception that people thought we were at odds," we being Fox and Mike Brown. Quote continues, "You can ask anybody in this organization. Me and Mike have never even had an argument. We could disagree with something, we'd talk about it, and it was gone." So really not much there. As you said, Fox cleared the air on social media. We've heard the same things. De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, DeMar DeRozan, go down the line. No players were involved with the decision to move on from Mike Brown. But there's more interesting notes on how Fox felt about Mike Brown and what I think it could mean for his potential future in Sacramento, or is that somewhere else? We're going to get to that on the other side here. Brendan Nunez, Frankie Cardicelli, got Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here, filling in on the Allen Stiles Show on Sacktown Sports 1140.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Rock the Bells presents LL Cool J.
So what you got Chanel on your feet? Hot sex on a platter makes the mission complete.
Live in concert. LL Cool J. Saturday, January 18th, the venue at Thunder Valley with DJ Z-Trip. LL Cool J. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss LL Cool J live.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Brendan Nunez filling in here on the Allen Stiles Show. He'll be joining us here in not too long. Got Frankie Cardicelli sitting here with me. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass, who had maybe one of the best comments on the YouTube chat here, says, PSA to anybody out there that happens to be a Yankees hater. If you start watching the World Series at 10:26 p.m. tonight, you'll see Aaron Judge drop the ball in New York at midnight.
We bring the cold.
That might be better than Thanos snapping his fingers at midnight.
It was his first error all year.
Was it really?
It was the first one.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
He might win the Gold Glove.
It was his first error all year.
And what happened then?
Then Volpe made an error. Then Rizzo and Cole decided not to cover first.
Yeah.
Literally the worst like 20 minutes of sports probably in my.
And the offseason didn't go much better.
I mean, not the worst ever, but I'm sitting there. You have to think about the momentum at that time. They're up 5-0. They're going back to LA. I'm feeling a little good. Like, would you not be feeling good if your team was down 3-0? They roll in game 4. They're up 5-0 in the 5th inning with 2 outs. Garrett Cole's in the bump.
I just think that might have been like the third most embarrassing or worst moment of that World Series alone.
Well,
that World Series one has the greatest home run in the history of baseball.
We don't have to go into game 1, you know, and why Aaron Boone would put in a hurt.
I guess that wasn't really 20 minutes.
We're talking about the Kings here, guys. Come on.
We can spend a whole segment on this, Frankie, if you really want to.
Cody Bellinger's great.
Yeah, that's where we're at.
Anyways,
Yeah.
I'm hurt still.
I do not blame you. And, we got some more interesting aspects going on with the Sacramento Kings. Big offseason acquisition was DeMar DeRozan, obviously adding to this team, and hasn't quite solved any of their weaknesses, but I think bolsters some of their strengths. And Mike Brown, I think, was still figuring out how to optimize DeMar DeRozan before he eventually got the boot after game 31. As we were just talking about on the other side, how that may impact De'Aaron Fox and his future with the Sacramento Kings. Diving more into this Ramona Shelburne article that she put up on ESPN that goes into some of the details, specifically from Fox's perspective. She says that when Mike Brown was negotiating his extension this offseason, Fox gave his blessing, saying, quote, "I don't want another coach." Well, he's got another coach. He's got his 5th head coach in 8 or 9 seasons with the Sacramento Kings. And in a second here, not long after that firing took place, they had a shoot around in Southern California at the USC campus, actually, where DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, and some of these other guys, Boogie Ellis, Doug Christie, new interim head coach, got some work in over the offseason. De'Aaron had interesting comments when asked about how in the offseason leading up to this year, he praised the continuity that this team had found and that never really existed in his time in Sacramento. Kyle, if you got that audio here, I want to hear De'Aaron Fox's comments because I think they're pretty telling here on how he may feel about this coaching change.
It was surprising. I found out a minute before everybody else did. So,
how's it landed with you and with this team?
I've been through a coach change before. I think for some of the guys, it's the first time, but you got to keep moving. I think this is game 32, so we still have a long season to go.
Mike had just pulled you aside at practice, and he kind of shared a little bit of it with us, obviously before he got let go. What did you take from that moment? Did any way feel like that might be the last conversation you'd be having with him as head coach?
Not at all. We were talking about in-game stuff, what we do towards the end of games, and we find out on the way to the plane. So, no, it's not something that you expected, and definitely didn't know that, that little conversation that's really normal would have been the last one of him as our head coach.
When we talked to you over the summer, he had just had his extension, and you talked about having that continuity with the head coach. Had any of that changed from that moment in June to where you are today?
Not at all.
What was the plane ride like? Or what was it like being there and finding it out, and you all kind of wondering what was going to happen there?
Well, so we left a little bit later because, things have to happen, after, figure out who the next head coach is and things of that nature. But Doug addressed us before we took off, and after that, the plane ride was normal.
I think specifically when our buddy Sean Cunningham asks him, like I mentioned right before, that you talked about the importance of continuity this offseason and how much you appreciated Mike Brown. Has any of that changed at all? De'Aaron Fox's full answer, not at all. Not at all. Nothing has changed. He also goes on to say, they knew where I stood this offseason. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be said. Pretty clear that this guy wanted Mike Brown to be around. And I think, again, from everything we've gathered, that's my understanding of this. When your star player, and, people can debate that all they want if they want to say Domas is the guy. I think De'Aaron is the 1A of this team.
I agree.
When your star player is in a situation where he's saying, hey, we need to get our stuff together or I'm out of here, or essentially I don't want to commit long-term to a team that I don't know what's going on, and then you decide to fire the head coach that he advocated for this offseason. Not only did he say, I want Mike Brown, or not, he didn't say that exactly. He said, I don't want another coach, meaning I don't want more change that I've already had to deal with throughout the course of this year. When he says, I've dealt with this before, it's new for some players. I think of Keegan Murray, who he has a good relationship with, and he's probably expressing to Keegan, like, yeah, they do this every once in a while. This is kind of a thing that you're going to have to deal with. Does this make you worry at all? Because to me, I can't help but think this is just solidifying the end of De'Aaron Fox's time in Sacramento.
Yeah, no, I mean, and if you haven't read it, Brendan wrote this up yesterday on SactownSports.com. Nice little write-up with some little nuggets in there. It's hard for me not to look at this and say that the Kings are now in a pretty tough position, because all indications are that, from what we've heard and just gathered, is that the Kings don't want to move De'Aaron Fox. They don't want to, and they don't plan on moving De'Aaron Fox. Unless the bottom were to completely fall out on the season, they're not going to even entertain the idea, which, of course, can be wrong. There were heavy reports in February 2022 that the Kings were not going to trade either Fox or Halliburton. One of those turned out to be very incorrect, because less than 24 hours later, Tyrese Halliburton was a member of the Indiana Pacers, and Domantas Sabonis is here in Sacramento. So I do think that with the damage that's been done, there's really only one way you can kind of repair that, and that is by things, working in resounding fashion. Winning, not just, enough to squeak into the plan, making the playoffs, probably getting into the first round, and probably winning a series, I think, is the only way that you can kind of really, in my opinion, rectify and kind of plug that hole. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, but they'd really have to prove to De'Aaron Fox that this is this situation is going to work long term. And there are a lot of people right now, I even see some comments saying trade Fox. And, there's some people in the fan base that have turned on him. And, if that's your prerogative, that's fine. But there's really not much of it. There isn't a deal out there right now that the Kings can make, to me, that makes the Kings better in the short term by trading De'Aaron Fox. Maybe you go through a rebuild and go through those channels, but right now you have a disgruntled Fox, and you have to go ahead and have a rookie head coach essentially in Doug Christie, who maybe he's the next great Kings coach. We don't know. We'll find out. You have a roster now that was planned to be great this year that suddenly kind of has some question marks. Domantas Sabonis is great, but like we talked about, he's more of a 1B type player. I think he'll be 29 next year. A big in the NBA. They usually age not great. Hopefully Domantas Sabonis' play style can help him kind of age more gracefully into his 30s. But if you move Fox, you're left with DeRozan, who'll be 36 in the summer. Keegan Murray, who has one more year on his rookie scale contract and has looked pretty bad as of late on the offensive end specifically. And then you have Malik Monk, who re-signed with Sacramento because I think he had faith in this group's direction and because he's best friends with De'Aaron Fox. So it really has kind of just made somewhat of a mess if this doesn't really work out and get turned around, because I don't know what direction you direction you go. To me, a package of Reed Shepherd from the Rockets does not do it for me. It's not. The guy's not playing much in Houston. Maybe he'll be great, but I think he's 3 points per game right now on 30% from the field, 20 from three.
3 points.
If 3 points, man, that's close to my high school numbers. But if that's your headliner in a return deal, do you feel great about that? I mean, I know that the Spurs could have a package too, and who knows what's out there, but I don't know how you feel. And I know that, with what you wrote yesterday, and I think that we've talked, of course, off the air, that you feel that De'Aaron Fox's time in Sacramento could be coming to an end. Maybe not this year, but probably in the next year or so. But is there anything that can change that? Is there anything that can happen over the next, let's call it 50 games that can change that? And if so, what do you think it is?
Yeah, I think that's the important question. And I'll start with saying while I do have been given the impression that he was a big Mike Brown guy, like we just lined out, I think that he's a fan of Doug Christie. Doug Christie's been around this organization since De'Aaron Fox got drafted, whether that's in one of these seats, whether Doug Christie was a broadcaster, or the 3-4 years that he's been on the coaching staff as well. It might be longer than that. It might be 4 or 5 years that Doug Christie's been part of this staff. So I think that De'Aaron does like Doug Christie, which is an important aspect of this here, because it's not somebody stepping in that he's just like, what in the world is going on? Now, I don't know how he may feel about the inexperience that Doug Christie has and him already getting this opportunity. And again, I'm sure he doesn't love the Mike Brown move, but I agree with you that I think that there's a world where this still gets turned around. I just think that's very, very slim odds, because what move are they making that is somehow taking this team to the second round? And if they get out of the first round by some borderline miracle at this point, even though, there's no like juggernauts in the West necessarily, outside of maybe if a healthy Dallas team and OKC, really, maybe in this Western Conference, that they could have an okay shot in the first round. But what if you go get smacked in the second round? Does that change anything for De'Aaron Fox and how he feels moving forward? I think that if I'm De'Aaron Fox, this is the organization telling me that you don't really care what I think and that you're done with me. I don't see how you couldn't take it that way. I told you what I wanted, and you decided to go against that. Not long after I said, hey, do something or else I'm probably going to think about going somewhere else. I think it's kind of the organization telling Fox and telling the world indirectly that they're okay with moving on, that their plan is to move on. Maybe they have questions about, can this guy be a real number one? But to your point, I don't know how you get a real number one when you move on from De'Aaron Fox. Do you believe in Reed Shepherd? He's not playing much on that loaded Houston team, but he was just the third pick.
Rebuilds take a long, and the Kings haven't had a full-on rebuild yet. I mean, they traded Boogie away. That wasn't a full-on rebuild. Yeah. I'm talking stripping it down to the bare bones and sewing off multiple pieces. They haven't done that, and it takes half a decade in most cases.
Yeah. So, yeah, which is a long process. And on the other side here, I do want to lay out a little bit of some of the wings and forwards that Mike Brown had on his roster over these 2+ seasons, because it also relates to De'Aaron Fox. Really, both of these guys have had 2 reliable forwards throughout their tenures. 3 years, 2 and some change for Mike Brown, really, and 8 or 9 for De'Aaron Fox, where they've had, both of them, probably 2 reliable forwards throughout their tenure with the Kings. So going to dive into that here on the other side. I see Allen Stiles back here a little bit, may make an appearance here on the other side and join us. We'll see what timing ends up working out. But Brendan Nunez here filling in on the Allen Stiles Show. Frankie Cardicelli joining us, and Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. Stay tuned here for more dramatic Kings talk, obviously. A lot going on here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. It's Tuesday. It's the final day of 2024. Chilly start out there for the morning. Plan to see some areas of patchy frost around the valley, but into the afternoon, mostly sunny skies with light winds today. Highs will peak in the mid to upper 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
It's time to find your dream car at the Roseville Auto Mall. 17 award-winning dealers and the largest selection in Northern California. Now's the perfect time to save big during our end-of-year clearance sale at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
Again, St. Bede's story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultrafine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Tom's Watch Bar, your ultimate sports watching destination for all Kings games, hosted live by Sacktown Sports. With 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for all Sacramento Kings fans.
It's the year-end sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford. Get last chance year-end savings on your favorite new Ford models. Low payments and low finance rates while they last. Shop Folsom Lake Ford and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeFord.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland, and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Brendan Nunez on the Allen Stiles Show here. Really the Allen Stiles Show. Now,
we are the Allen Stiles Show.
We are the Allen Stiles Show. The round table, sitting in different seats here.
You can just ride shotgun over there, buddy.
Frankie Cardicelli sitting here. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass. Allen Stiles getting settled here. Working on his day off.
Look how tall you are right now.
Look at this guy. Tall, very tall, as always. Known trait of Allen Stiles. Little bit of a messy recent past for the Sacramento Kings, obviously. Decided to move on from Mike Brown recently. And as I mentioned before the break, I want to go through this list, compile the list, Frankie and Allen, of all of the wings and forwards that Mike Brown had on his roster over the last 2+ seasons. And I'll start by saying some of these sound more like guards, but that's because Mike Brown had to probably run these guys at the 4 a little bit more than he probably would want to at the 3 and the 4. So all the wings and forwards Mike Brown's had on his roster over 2+ years. Kevin Huerter, if you want to count him, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, Trey Lyles, Chima Monecki, PJ Dozier, Casey Okpala, Kessler Edwards, Chimezi Metu, Chris Duarte, Jalen Slauson, Sasha Vezenkov, Juan Toscano Anderson,
now we're talking.
DeMar DeRozan, again, if you want to count him, Doug McDermott, Jay Crowder, Isaac Jones, and Isaiah Crawford. This is where he was practically begging for help, he being Mike Brown, and never got it. And there's still no answer on this team for a multiple wings forwards that are reliable on both ends of the ball. Right now, it's just Keegan Murray. Doug Christie is taking over and still has these same problems. So how much faith do you have? We'll start with you, Allen, that the coaching change can do more than can override and still make a difference positively despite some of these roster flaws?
I think the only thing that can really change it is just based on things that aren't actually happening on the court. And Kevin Huerter talked about it a little bit, and I think he's played 3 at some point as well. It's just a matter of a different voice, same message. I mean, when you listen to the press conference, he's saying a lot of the same things that Mike Brown has said, because that's just what coaches say, right? It's nothing specific to Doug Christie or Mike Brown, but maybe it's just a different voice that ignites these guys, and they just play better. Just play better. I mean, they're not going to make a move or they're going to make a move. We don't know. But as far as this roster is concerned, maybe it's just a voice that gets them to play better. I know that sounds ridiculous, but there's nothing X's and O's wise. I mean, and I know you guys talked about it a little bit. He did ride some hot hands. Doug Christie did ride some hot hands more last night than we've seen Mike Brown do. Mike Brown which is funny coming from the Warriors, because if you know anything about the Warriors, they get on Steve Kerr for that whenever Steph is rolling and they end up taking him out. So similar situation. Maybe that was how Mike Brown was used to doing things. I asked Chris Watkins yesterday, I said, where's DeMar DeRozan? There was a little bit of foul trouble there, but I honestly think they were rolling a little bit. And somebody said it wasn't just DeMar. Sabonis was chilling too. So maybe it's a matter of when somebody does have it going, a la an Isaac Jones or somebody like that, they let them keep going. But as far as the actual roster, I mean, you got what you got.
Well, Trey was cooking yesterday too. I mean, Trey, I think he had finished with 14 points last night, made 3 threes. And it's really like a long-standing issue, even beyond this recent kind of beam team era. I was thinking about, like, growing up, like the Kings, like solid forwards they had. Peja Stojakovic is obviously, a legend. So you got Peja, Ron Artest, Ron. Then you kind of go to like John Salmons, Francisco Garcia, like Dante Green.
Happy birthday, Francisco Garcia, by the way.
It's his birthday?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
We did that on Celebrity Birthdays.
Okay. Yeah. Can I guess 43?
Do you remember, Kyle? I'm kind of.
You don't remember?
47?
I was not listening.
47?
I'll find it.
Well,
I'll find it.
Either way, you find it for a second.
Yeah.
And either way, I'm just saying it's a long-standing issue. It's like in the Kings' DNA. Like they have just had a long-standing struggle in finding forwards, especially high-scoring forwards. Is it right? Is it 43?
43.
43.
That's right.
Look at you.
43 years old today.
That's a lucky guess. But no, really, like to Allen's point, I think it is kind of a matter of finding who is rolling and kind of sticking with it rather than just getting the guys that are, by status, putting them in the game. Because DeRozan really has kind of not had it the past couple of weeks, really.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a great start to the year, and the bottom kind of fell out after those back issues. And I don't think he's really, talked about it much, or maybe we all haven't asked about it much, about if his back's been an issue, but I don't think it has been. I think he wouldn't.
He got asked, what was that, maybe a couple weeks ago? I think it was during a post-practice, and he shrugged it off. He said, no, I'm healthy. So.
Which maybe he's just kind of front-facing, saying he's fine.
Yeah,
it's
hard to tell with guys sometimes.
He doesn't seem like he's right now. The defensive end's been noticeably rough, so Trey's been kind of a better option lately, and last night was a prime example of that. And, we'll see what they do. Will they make moves to upgrade the roster? It seemed like they tried and didn't work out, so they decided to go with the coaching change instead. Will that have, some better results in the near term? We'll see. But I still stand on this hill until the deadline passes. And even after, they need to get more forwards on this roster if they want to be exactly where they want to be, which is hopefully in the first round of the playoffs at least.
Absolutely. And I think that that's been acknowledged in any sort of reporting where there's quotes from members of the organization saying that we know we need to make a move before this deadline, which is partially why I'm like, maybe you could have done that before you decided to make the change with the coaching staff and help Mike Brown out a little bit. But this is the reality of where we're at now. And I think that we've talked previously about how I couldn't think of a good example of an interim head coach changing a season around for a team. The two that I often thought of were Joe Mazzulla replacing Ime Udoka. I don't really count it. It's taking over a championship team saying, hey, we're going to do what we were already doing because we're really good. There's also Ty Lue taking over for David Blatt in Cleveland. You have LeBron James and Kyrie on that roster, and turns out Ty Lue's a really good coach. Now, you could get lucky, and maybe Doug Christie's a really good coach, but that feels like an outlier. The one that got pointed out to me that I had forgotten about was the 2020-2021 Hawks, where Lloyd Pierce was head coach of that team, and they were 22-22 about midway through the season. And then they decide to move on around the trade deadline and hire Nate McMillan as interim head coach. Now, Nate McMillan, years of head coach experience previously in the NBA with the Supersonics, with the Portland Trail Blazers, and they finished that year 19-9 and go on to the Eastern Conference Finals. If you remember, Kevin Huerter was on that team, actually. So I got the chance to ask him yesterday about just what went into that season changing around, as he has a very unique perspective of being on a team where an interim did help change the tides of things. And this is what he had to say.
Yeah, to be honest, there's a lot for sure. Ours, I remember back in the day was, it happened right before All-Star break, and I think we won 7 in a row. So, this is kind of similar a little bit earlier in the season, but I don't know. Sometimes there's a change of energy is all you need. It's not like the rest of that season in Atlanta, we change everything we're doing X's and O's, or just an energy shift, and see if a similar thing can happen here.
How much have you seen Doug try to bring that energy? I mean, we see the messaging up there on the board, former player. How much do you feel like he brings that to the scene?
Yeah, he is. He's a fiery guy. He is how you guys remember him as a player. That's kind of how he is as a coach, like us in this locker room against the world. And like he truly believes that. He truly means that. He was a coach. I think when he was sitting on the sidelines, a lot of players were really close with him, and a guy that's been a player before, so we can relate to a lot of stuff we're doing. And now that he's in the chair, that should continue. But I think most guys have a good relationship with him.
Is the energy shifting, Allen? What? You got a look on your face over here.
You've been like someone's fighting its way out of you that whole time.
Oh, no, there's just – I feel bad because this stuff has to be said, right? It's going to get said, and it's not supposed to be a slight at Mike Brown. None of it. But Domantas Sabonis also said some things to where, again, what else are you supposed to say, right? You have to answer the questions, but you do wonder if they, at the very least, and it's not like they came out against the Lakers and really felt refreshed, but you do wonder if everyone, like maybe besides the Aaron, is feeling like it's a brand new day.
Yeah, well, I think that's where you start to read the tea leaves a little, right? As we heard, I think it's very clear De'Aaron Fox did not want Mike Brown gone.
Right.
But there's been conversation that, maybe some of the other guys weren't big fans. Yeah. And I think that Domas is one of the more obvious ones, I would say. Again, reading between the lines, comments of when Malik started, he said, finally.
Right.
Or there were moments throughout the year where he says, I thought what we were doing in the first half was good, and then we went away from it for some reason.
Yeah. Last night, what was the difference between the first half and the second half? Doug.
In what way?
He said Doug.
Oh, yeah.
And then he continued on to say, we wanted to make them feel us. We got a couple texts, and that's how we want to play. But the first word he said was Doug.
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 It makes me think of, I'm going a little Celtics here, but you remember Jaylen Brown, the year that they went to the finals against the Warriors, he tweeted, the energy is shifting.
Yeah.
And he made shirts out of it, and it changed, their whole year shifted from there.
Is Domas going to put those shirts out now?
Maybe Kevin, which, by the way, Kevin's another guy that makes sense of probably wouldn't love Mike Brown. Again, don't know this, but he got benched by Mike Brown on multiple occasions.
We got to go, but Kevin has no bearing.
I think that's fair.
What it sounds like you're saying is that the no class, no balls shirt guys need one's next game that say the energy is shifting.
I agree. They should be side by side in the stadium. But want to dive more into the potential changes that Doug Christie could be making. Could the energy be shifting? And is there a difference having a former player as your head coach rather than a guy that's just been more so on the sideline like Mike Brown was? So we'll get to that on the other side here. Brendan Nunez, Allen Stiles, Frankie Cardicelli, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass here on the Allen Stiles Show. Sacktown Sports, 1140.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I'm a huge fan of their SUVs and sedans, but they also have a huge vans fleet center. Listen up, business owners. Now is the perfect time to take advantage of tax deductions. They They have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside their very reliable diesel options. And even if you aren't a business owner, let's say you just want one for personal reasons. Maybe you want to go out on the town with the fellas or with the ladies, or maybe you want to take the kids on a road trip. Well, their vans are fully customizable. So check out Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. You can choose from their dependable diesel models or even go all electric with the new e-Sprinter. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet center. Or, of course, you can go online at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com.
With the cooler seasons upon us, Advanced Infusion Center remains focused on your health and comfort. Whether you're dealing with a chronic illness or in need of IV therapy, we provide tailored treatments to meet your unique needs. Our caring team is here to make sure your experience is safe, comfortable, and stress-free. With convenient locations in Sacramento and Yuba and flexible scheduling, you can easily access the care you deserve. Explore Advanced Infusion Therapy today. Visit advancedinfusion.com for compassionate care right where you need it.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I joined the military for my kid and his mom. I miss my son a lot. One of the things with the military is tobacco, but I saw a lot of people try to deal with mental issues. Everyone's vaping constantly. After my first hit of a vape, I was hooked like that. Once I got back home from my deployment, I caught my son trying to hit my vape. That was it. I had to quit.
Californians are beating big tobacco. You can too. For free support, text Kick Nicotine to 66819 today.
California, it's the Ford Year-End Sell-a-thon. 14 days of the biggest savings on an incredible selection. So visit your California Ford dealer now through January 2nd and get great offers across the lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like the built Ford Tough F-150 truck, part of Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 47 years and counting. Or the adventure-ready Ford Bronco Sport with GOAT modes to help you conquer the great outdoors. And check out the always electrifying Ford Mustang Mach-E with 0 to 60 thrills and 0 emissions. It's the Ford Year-End Sell-a-thon, and it's your chance to save. Whether it's gas, hybrid, or all-electric, now is the best time to get behind the wheel of your brand-new Ford truck or SUV and drive it home today. But hurry, these offers absolutely end January 2nd, so go to your California Ford dealer today. Based on 1977 to 2023 calendar year total sales.
Get ready to make good on those promises you made to yourself about getting in shape in the new year. InShape Fitness is standing by with everything you need to help you create a happy new you. We are in shape. You are ready. Join online today at InShape.com.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Obviously, still not far removed from you getting the job, but right in front here.
There you go.
What's going on? Obviously, still not far removed from you getting the job, but just having these couple days to kind of wrap your head around it. What's been at front of your mind, and how much do you imagine that you're going to carry over things from Mike compared to making some of your own changes?
We're, first of all, I was just telling Shannon, like looking in the mirror and going to places, and they're like, hey, coach. And, they were doing that before, but it's like different. So it still hasn't totally sunk in. But we're here to win. And whatever that means, for you guys, I'm not sure. I'm going to tweak and prod and push and expect and go at it. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to win. Nothing else. So we don't know what that means right now. Offense the other night I thought was good. Defense was not. And now that needs to be the next step in the process, is continuing to be better defensively.
We need to win games. That's Doug Christie new interim head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Brendan Nunez here, hosting the Allen Stiles Show a little bit.
Right.
Allen Stiles sitting right here next to me. We'll take over here soon.
Yeah, well, I don't want to...
Look at me. Look at me.
I'm the captain.
I don't want to take up too much time. I will do my thinking of you and not Frank on the other side.
Okay.
What is your problem?
No.
Did you know that if you start the World Series, what is it, game 4?
I was listening.
Yeah.
I'm always listening.
Can we let this go?
I'm always listening.
Why? It was such a great stat that I definitely didn't look up on the internet.
I haven't even brought up Juan Soto this whole show.
Yeah.
You were close, though.
You know, one time I had a ball pop out of my glove, and my buddies started calling my glove ejecto mitt.
Yeah, what is the worst error, like the most costly error you made in your playing career?
That one was actually during a preseason game, but it was to try to get the starting spot. So that actually hurt me, but not the team. Yeah, junior year. So then I had to win it back later in the season. So that one did hurt me the most as far as a game is concerned. Not really much during a game.
Just
if I'm gonna mess up, the game's probably cooked already.
Just no ball under the glove. No.
Oh, there was one. Yeah, I went. You get caught in between diving. It was senior year All-Star game at Dale South.
Little flex.
It's just a senior All-Star game. Got caught in between. Didn't know if I should dive or not. Got by me. Guy gets a triple.
And is that on your baseball reference page? Is that one of the?
No, because it's an All-Star game, so it didn't matter. Didn't happen.
It's like a playing game. They don't exist.
Didn't happen.
They don't exist.
That's right.
So technically, your worst thing that you made didn't even happen.
Both things.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
But having that player perspective makes you look at the game a little bit differently. And I think that Doug Christie's leaning into that a little bit there. You heard him at the beginning of this segment talking about how most important thing is I'm here to win. Well, he says, we don't know what that looks like right now. I don't know how to take that for what it's worth. And that offense was good in LA, defense not so much. And he's talked about how he wants to simplify both sides of the ball. And a lot about how they need to be better defensively. Kind of similar to Mike Brown. You know? Like, what are the main difference? When you're hearing Doug talk, how much do you feel like the messaging is different?
I think they both want the same things, and they're both not really getting them is the problem, because it all goes back to the root of the issue, which is the players you have are the players you have. Now, the rotations are a little bit different last night, and we saw Keon get a little longer run. We saw Trey get more playing time in crunch time, and saw DeMar off the floor, Domas getting a little less time. We saw Doug get involved with Fox, who was really kind of at wit's end with the officiating last night. But you're going to keep kind of hammering and wanting to have the same principles, delivered again and again and again. This team cannot defend the three. They just can't. I don't know what else you can do to have them defend the 3-point shot. Zone, they can't defend. Man, they can't. You put in different personnel that's on the roster today, they can't do it. So, like, that perspective is still the same. Doug saying he wants them to play better, he wants to be better, that's great. Like, he is ambitious, he's motivated, totally get that. But to me, it's now a matter of you change the head coach. Maybe there's some players in the locker room that will respond differently, like we talked about. Maybe the Kevin Huerters, the Domas Sabonis is down the line. Malik Monk now maybe feels like he's got a pretty firm handle on the starting spot. Maybe those guys feel more comfortable now. But the issues still remain. You don't have length. You don't have impact defenders beside Keon Ellis, De'Aaron Fox, and Keegan Murray, especially not on a forward spot, that can defend the 5s and 4s in the NBA. So how do you do that? You make a move. And players are already coming off the board. Dorian Finney-Smith to Los Angeles. Who's next to go? No idea. But kind of like you point out on Twitter, I guess the whole narrative of it's too early to make a deal is out the window. I mean, Lakers just went and plucked one of the biggest names in the market right away. So,
right. And it wasn't a crazy, in my opinion, not a crazy overpay either.
No, and it kind of goes back to the fact that the Kings really mismanaged, not to get off base or off topic, but they really have mismanaged their second round picks. I mean, they just have given them away for salary dumps over the past couple of years.
2 guys now, and I know D'Lo in Brooklyn is a different D'Lo, but
the only team that would be excited to get D'Lo.
And they should be.
Kings fans know, though, that 26-point fourth quarter.
Oh, God.
Kings fans know that he is different in Brooklyn.
They've moved on from Dennis Schroeder and Dorian Finney-Smith. How many first rounds have been used to get those guys? 0. So there you go.
Yep. And the Kings only have 1 or 2 second-round picks at their disposal. I mean, Frankie talked about a little bit of the mismanagement of that. They traded 2 first-round picks to dump Davion Mitchell and Sasha Vezenkov. They got Jaden.
Seconds, right? Seconds.
2
And
second-round picks.
That one is still insane. That whole situation is still so insane. I mean, is that unforgivable?
It led to them having the space to sign DeRozan.
If the DeRozan experience works out, which the book is not closed, there's 49, 50 games left, I think it works out. But to your point, if we're sitting here in March and the Kings are 8 games under, yeah. I mean, we can look back at a lot of moves and even the DeRozan move as a whole and say, okay, this did not work out.
I think in hindsight it looks bad, but I only hesitate because in the moment I didn't have that much of an issue with it. I remember like Chris Watkins being here and being pretty upset about it, and I get that there were some people in the moment. I understood it a little bit at that time. To me, well, then you have Jaden McDaniels on the team. That's the guy that you get back. And then you send him off just to get under the luxury tax, which is not necessarily a front office thing for what it's worth.
Right.
And you send another second-round pick in order to be able to do that. And so you're seeing all these teams be able to finagle and do these moves on the margins with second-round picks, and the Kings just don't have that flexibility moving forward. So while you got a new guy in the head seat, Doug Christie replacing Mike Brown, same roster he's dealing with right now. And so we'll see if that ends up changing moving down the line. But I think we're going to pass this off to you here, Allen Stiles, on the other side. You got a plan coming into this one?
I have a lot to say, Brendan. I want to thank you. I will explain the situation, why I'm here to begin with. I'll just say this: don't have kids. That's all I'm going to say. And we'll talk on the other side.
Literally due to have a kid any day now.
Yeah, well, it's too late for you. Okay. It's too late for you. We're going to have fun. New Year's Eve. Thank you again to Brendan. Thank you again to Frankie, and Kyle will be rocking it out with me. So we're going to fill up the phone lines and take you up to New Year's Eve.
See you next year, dude.
The classic. Classic.
Goodbye, Frank.
Yeah. Goodbye. See all you guys next year here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
We bring the boom. That's what we do. Live and local.
With everything 49ers.
Intercepted by Fred Warner. Drives for the end zone. Touchdown. San Francisco. Paul George went up and caught the ball. Touchdown. The 49ers play on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
You guys got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, bam, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you'll take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729 or visit us at powercopiers.com.
California's largest sportsman's expo is back, January 16th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Get discount coupons at Big O Tires and O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Visit sportsexpos.com for locations, show map, exhibitor listing, and seminar schedules. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 16th through 19th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Wrap Up the Year sales event?
We're giving you a head start on next year with up to $16,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s, starting as low as $36,325.
Wow, you guys are always looking forward.
Not only do we have great deals on new Ram trucks, the Hoblet Family Dealers is growing with a huge selection of used cars at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter, with over 220 vehicles available and over 45 under 20,000.
Now more than ever, Hoblet needs to be your first stop when you need a new or used car. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
16,000 total net savings on select new Ram 1500 models after 10,500 factory rebates and 5,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 1,500 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital qualify. 500 business upfit, business ownership, and 500 upfit required. And 2,000 Ford Conquest cash. Must own or lease a Ford. No trade-in required. 10th the net savings. 36,325 sample VIN 544-890. See dealer for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Yes, yes, yes. Delayed but not denied. Allen Stiles here. Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. So we had a little musical chair situation go on where Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli, they were just going to be outside waiting to go to Kings practice anyway. So I said, hey, guys, come along for the ride.
You allowed us to stay.
That's right.
You
That's right.
allowed us to stay.
I want to thank Brendan personally because there was a lot of back and forth. I was not supposed to be here, as I alluded to before the break. I should be in Napa right now, a couple beverages deep, but you have a toddler. The toddler's not feeling well, and we couldn't take her up there. And then there's a whole situation. She's got to sleep in a different area. She's a diva, so we canceled plans, and Brendan was very flexible because I would be losing my mind if I was just listening to the radio just in my home. So thanks to Brendan, thanks to my wife for taking care of the sick kiddo, and thanks to Frankie. And of course, yes, that's right.
That's what we do.
And Frankie, I know you're getting ready for this, and I don't know if I can say the medication on the air because we're always looking for sponsors.
Play it safe.
But basically, I spent the first couple hours today. We had the it's all about the tele appointments now. So you get the tele appointment.
That's telephone.
No, well, it's Zoom.
Oh, okay.
So we're on Zoom with Toddler Stiles' doctor this morning. Hey, this is, you got, there's snot everywhere. Well, what's the deal here? We're on day 3, and it's, hey, you need to find X medicine. This is the medicine that you need.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And what happens is you get stuck in between, hey, we can handle this on our own, and okay, now it's been 3 days. And we thought we'd be in Napa, and now we're not going, so let's call anyway and get this over with. Go to the doctor, figure out the medication, go to the first CVS doesn't have it. Second CVS, it's been backfilled for months. I felt like it was, I know you, Jingle All the Way. Turbo Man was this medication. I couldn't find it anywhere. Finally found it, and it happened to be down the street from my house, so I drove around everywhere. So that's how my morning started. But luckily, I was being serenaded by the smooth sounds of Brendan Nunez and to a lesser degree, Frankie Cardicelli. So I want to thank you guys.
Very hurtful.
I want to thank you guys for that. And as we open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140, guys, a lot of the things that we've been hearing from Doug Christie are quite similar to what we heard from Mike Brown. Kyle, let me know when the audio is all ready, because there's a part where he says defense like 3 times. He doesn't go full Mike Brown, but he goes defense, then defense again. And I'm thinking, are we in the upside down, right? Because they're on the same staff. A lot of them do have the same ideas, but it's not even a Sacramento Kings thing. Every NBA, even though nobody thinks that defense exists in the NBA, you ask any NBA coach, hey, what do you focus on? They're going to say defense, right? I mean, it's not that I don't think everyone believes it, because I definitely think that Doug Christie believes it. I know that background, but some of these guys, they're all saying it just because it's kind of the thing to say. So right now, number one, I'm struggling on what to do with that game, because one starter?
Yeah.
I mean, there is a part of me that just was curious what would have happened if they lost. I got to say, because Spencer Dinwiddie turned back the clock. PJ Washington, 4 threes in the first half.
Now, it wasn't surprising, though.
Like, what wasn't surprising?
The fact that either of those things happened.
That's the problem, though.
That's the problem, Frank. But if we can see it, why can't they, is my point. Like, they have 2 starting level players on the floor for the Dallas Mavericks, and they're the only ones that really hurt you last night. And they didn't just hurt you. They, I don't want to say dominated, but they got whatever they wanted. So that's my issue, is that you have 2 players. You can't hone in on that and slow them down. I mean, Dinwiddie, more so PJ Washington in the first quarter.
That was insane.
Whatever 17. He wanted.
17 in the first quarter.
Like prime LeBron out there and getting to the foul line, and just, it was
prime LeBron, yeah.
It was 23-18, Kings at 23, PJ 18 points in the first quarter. It's crazy.
It is ridiculous. And I think the reason you're hearing the same messaging is because Doug Christie's coaching the same team.
Yeah.
And Doug was part of this team already, the staff. A lot of the staff, everybody except Mike, is still the same. I would imagine Mike's son isn't sticking around. I haven't seen Mike's son anywhere.
Oh, no, I would.
Maybe. He's the only one I haven't seen, but I can't say I've specifically been looking.
So you
for
haven't?
it.
Okay, because if that's me, my resume still got to pop.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Pop.
Honestly, I agree.
Maybe.
I mean, I still got to do what I got to do.
I bet you Mike would tell him the same thing.
I'm sure he would.
But,
you know, the loyalty. Hey, son, I know you loyal, but
yeah, get your bread. Get
this resume right.
Yeah,
I'll see you after
for sure. But they still have the same weaknesses, and they know they can be good offensively if they can just actually hit their shots. Would help a lot of this.
Right.
If they were hitting threes this whole season, I don't even think Mike Brown gets fired.
Right.
Which is a crazy idea, but he has the same weaknesses and flaws, and this team has to get better on defense. That's been a known issue with this Kings team for a while, and that doesn't change just because there's a new head coach.
Yeah.
And the 3-point shooting, again, like to your point, I think that is a very solid kind of, if they make threes, he probably is still here.
Which is insane.
They're 24th, or I haven't looked at the updated numbers, but they were 24th entering play yesterday. Right here, they are 25th in made 3-pointers, 24th in attempts, 24th in percentage, or below 34%. This is a team that really was, I think, top 3 or 4 in 2020, 2023. Last year, they were top 10, I think, in 3-point percentage and makes. So I don't know what happened. They have the shooters and personnel to do it. We've been talking about it since literally since preseason, since the 0-5 preseason, which I forgot.
I forgot about that.
People were like, that's going to be a problem. I guess people that were screaming, they're panicking because the 0-5 preseason, you weren't all the way off base, but the 3-point shooting has not come around. And that's something that they've kind of preached. Both players and coaching staff have preached. We have good shooters. They're going to turn around. They haven't turned it around. We're almost halfway through the season.
I think we have the audio. I cut a bunch from Coach Christie's first presser, and I believe this is the one where he discusses the defense, and he says things, guys, I promise you, it sounds like a carbon copy, just in a different voice than Mike Brown. Here it is.
Coach, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, sir.
Moving forward, what do you think are the team's biggest challenges? How do you plan to address them? And what can we expect to see that is different than what we've seen so far this year?
Well, hopefully, first and foremost, is a lot of, I think we got 10 or 11 losses by 5 points or less. So those are the things that we have to improve upon. One of them that I said in the huddle was clutch rebounds. What I consider clutch rebounds is a shot goes up late in the shot clock and they get a rebound and then they get another opportunity. Those are the things that we got to shore up. But more than anything, it's the defense. Defense again, and defense to finish. That's where, if we're going to make the jump offensively, I'm not worried. We have super elite players. We got one of the best guards in the league. We got if not the best, second best, whatever you want to consider, in Domas, like just an incredible talent as far as all around talent. Malik, Debo, like you go down, we have those, but it's going to be up to us to go out and finish the ball games. And more than anything, that's going to be the focus going forward.
Now, I understand he wasn't saying specifically the 3-point shooting. He was saying the offense.
Wait, was that Mike Brown or Doug Christie?
Defense. We're not worried about the offense. Names off the players. What have we been watching, though? But maybe he's saying the offense, because, offensive rating isn't bad. So maybe it's the clutch rebounding and things like that will take them over the hump. But and maybe that's the biggest thing to take away from this statement. But that's exactly what we've been hearing. And the offense at times has looked terrible. And part of that is because the three-point shooting has been a huge part of the offense.
And I would say that just because that's the messaging in media doesn't mean that they're not caring about offense in practices or anything like that.
That's what we said with Mike Brown.
Right. And I think that was the case. I think that's my takeaway here. And I think kind of your larger point is it's the same stuff. There's nothing different here, at least when it comes to that message being portrayed specifically that, hey, sure, do we need to not turn the ball over? Do we need to actually make our shots and make sure that we're moving the ball, maintaining pace and stuff? Yes, there's aspect of the offense, but they feel they have so much talent on the offensive end that, we're going to be good at that.
I don't think so.
No?
Not from what I've seen. Keegan Murray does not look at the basket. Kevin Huerter
4 points
sometimes looks at the basket. You got the DeMar thing. And we'll see if Trey Lyles, and I know I got roasted on Twitter yesterday.
Trey Lyles movement?
If the Trey Lyles movement is true, then that opens up things for sure. But
Trey Lyles movement.
You have to figure out if you're going to be able to depend on Trey Lyles. Because besides
Trey Lyles movement.
Thank you, Legend of Winning. Besides that, you have to figure out what you're going to do with DeMar when defensively it's almost like he's getting worse. So it's a great question to his health, but offensively, I don't see I'm not worried about the offense anymore.
I don't think we can say we're not worried about it. Now, if you think that they're still due, that's up to you.
Yeah.
I do believe that they should get a little better as the year goes on.
Well, they have to, Frankie. They've been awful.
Well, they really don't have to, though. This could just be who they are. They could finish the year 25th, 26th three-point shooting, but
that's a seasoned Kings fan right there.
Looking at it, expecting things are not going to get better, Alan. You never know. But things could. Right now, they're third in made two-point field goals. They're seventh in attempts. They're sixth in two-point field goal percentage. Hey, guys, they're fourth in free throw percentage this year, 80% from the line.
Great. Awesome.
But Devin Carter is going to save everything. I'm kidding. Maybe he will. But the point is,
well, he can shoot. He's going to need time to shoot. But
I hate to kind of point to it, but is this a spacing issue? Is it the issue that we talked about or we kind of put down a little bit in the offseason that adding DeMar is not going to cause the spacing? Because they are a mid-range heavy and paint-heavy team.
Yeah.
And I guess it kind of is taking away what made the Kings really great was their transition to three-point shooting. They haven't been the same team.
It's an eye test to me. When you watch the Kings, does it feel like there is a spacing issue? Because I'll tell you this much. For me, just with my naked eye initially watching, I don't. I think that Keegan is still getting the shots. I think that everyone is still getting open threes. They were missing the open threes. And I know there have been conversations about the PNR three-pointers, the movement threes versus the catch and shoot threes. If that's what we're doing, you're just not that good of a shooting team, right?
I mean, but you should be. I think that you have to live with Keegan Murray taking open threes.
Yeah.
And same with, I think Kevin Huerter's been playing pretty good recently, doing a little bit of everything. You knew he was shooting that shot last night, by the way, that he got super hyped after.
Oh, yeah.
I was feeling after the guy bit on the pump fake, I was like, oh, this guy's pulling this for sure, trying to have his Utah moment again.
That was his only point?
Kevin? Is that true? I didn't even notice.
There's a great picture in Getty, by the way, of him just screaming that on
really?
On the made three. By the way, also, De'Aaron Fox, 32% from three this year. Down the line, Kevin Huerter, 30%. DeMar DeRozan, 30%. Keegan Murray, 28%.
Those were actually Kevin Huerter's only points last night?
That three was pretty...
I didn't realize that.
Make it count.
That's
you guys
insane.
didn't see the Kings Twitter post that was like, Kevin Huerter is on fire after the shot?
Yeah, that crowd pop was nice, though.
It was. Don't get me wrong, but it felt like it was worth more.
Yeah.
It felt like it was worth more.
Real quick, because I know we got to go in a minute. Can we just tip the cap? Keon Ellis, I know there's a little bit of flack because of the offense has been, he's made some blunders, but the defense has been great. He deserves more playing time because of defense alone.
Yeah.
But he's shooting 42% from three this year on 3.1 attempts per game. He's able to be a knockdown. he might be the only knockdown threat the Kings have right now that's like reliable.
That's crazy.
From the guys that are playing big minutes. Trey Lyles was good last night, but he's 35% on the year right now. That's not really a sharpshooter.
And he saved the Kings from getting booed. I know Malik don't like when the fans boo. What was that? A 17-point lead? He cuts it to 14 before that first quarter.
Well, we had our phones ready to record the crowd booing.
Oh, I saw
getting beat, and Keon ended up fading out of bounds in the corner as time expired at 3, and that really kind of changed the momentum of the game.
That's also his only made shot on the night, by the way.
What in the world?
Yeah. Some free throws in there too, but yeah, to be honest, I thought it was kind of a tough Keon game.
No, well,
he had good moments.
Yeah, I think the thing with Keon is you can't, just like these other guys, you can't make him shoot, and he can be a 40% three-point shooter, but he gets in. And how many times are you watching when you say, Keon, just shoot it, and it's that extra pass for no reason? All right. Kyle's giving me the Dame Lillard. Want to thank you guys again for holding it down for me. Brendan, appreciate you from last week to today. Thank you so much, my guy. You're doing a great job. Frankie, thanks for joining. I don't know how long you were with Brendan. Frankie, thanks for joining. I don't know. Frankie,
go watch the World Series.
Yeah, go get me a chicken bake.
10:46. I don't need this. 10:46 start time.
That's right. Go get me a chicken bake, and we'll see you when baby Frankie comes along.
Leave in the past, fellas. Leave in the past. Leave in 2024.
All right, guys. We will be on the lookout from your posts from the post-practice presser. Thank you. As always, follow Frankie and Brendan on social media. We will be right back. More sound from Doug Christie. And do the Kings win if Mike Brown coaches that game last night? Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
We bring the boom. That's what we do.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Roseville Auto Mall.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Welcome to the final day of 2024. This Tuesday forecast will include sun and clouds in the mix, light north winds, and highs today peaking in the mid to upper 50s. Expect overnight lows to drop off into the upper 30s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's time to find your dream car at the Roseville Auto Mall. 17 award-winning dealers and the largest selection in Northern California. Now's the perfect time to save big during our end-of-year clearance sale at the Roseville Auto Mall. Driven to be the best.
Yeah, that's my girl.
Dylan Scott, Country Till I Die Tour.
That's my girl.
Platinum selling artist Dylan Scott. With special guests Jackson Dean and Avery Anna.
You just can't have mine. Thank God she loves me. God knows I got so lucky.
Friday, January 10th, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Thank you once again to Brendan Nunez and Frankie Cardicelli. Great stuff as always. We're back, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle, Drive Guys on tonight?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Drive Guys gotcha, taking you up to New Year's Eve.
I believe it's the Kyle Draper and Jay Johnson show again.
There you go. There you go. So we have that for you. Whitey enjoying some time off. As I said, I was supposed to be off today, but once our plans got canceled, I decided, what the heck, might as well come in and talk some Kings after that W. And it sounds like a lot of people want to talk Kings on the text line and call line. Let's start off the conversation with TC, who wants to chat. 916-339-1140. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Allen, Frankie, I think Brandon stepped out. What's up, bros? Happy New Year to y'all.
Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year.
Hey, so listen, before we get started, I want to start off with, thank you, Mike. Thank you to Mike Brown, bro. You know what I'm saying? I want to thank you for, what you brought this team to, bro, and what you brought to this community and the organization. I want to thank you for that, bro. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side, I want to thank Doug. Doug, this is your opportunity. I'm talking about these guys. Doug, this is your opportunity that you've been wanting, bro, and we going to back you 100%. That showed you last night. We in your corner. We just want this team to ball, man, and get back to where they was. Mike, I know he had his faults with the rotation and all that and how it went down. It shouldn't have went down that way. Mm-hmm. But now we're going to move forward with Doug and back Doug up as Kings fans will. Other than that, bro, that's all I got. Happy New Year to y'all, but this team is about to take off. I love you again, Mike. Thank you. That's all I got.
Thanks for the call, TC. And I think that's well said. Yesterday so much was going on. I know a lot of people, these things never end well. I think Mike Brown even had a quote himself saying that, he probably won't be coaching here for 15 years, but it's about getting a team to a better place. And as much as things did not end the way Mike Brown or the front office or ownership or the team wanted it to for Mike Brown, I mean, you can still think about the good times that Mike Brown brought you, that Beam team season, and when you really brought the team back to relevancy, right? And now they just want to stay there. And it's crazy when Brendan forgot his sweatshirt, so he's coming back in. All right, Brendan, we'll see you at practice. I'll see you next year. It's crazy when you raise a level of expectations, and then on the other side, they say, yeah, you've actually raised our level so much that you're not good enough. You're not good enough. Think about it like this. Based on what the Kings had done, I mean, a losing streak like this, that was just kind of par for the course. A coach wasn't getting fired after something like this. Might have been praised. But Mike Brown raised the expectations and raised what everybody wanted to see out of that team. And I believe it was Monty McNair, funny enough, and he's on the clock now, but I believe it was Monty McNair who said after they lost to the Pelicans with no Zion, and he said, it's great that fans aren't happy or that beating the Warriors in a play-in game isn't enough anymore. So I think the Kings need to figure out what their true expectations are, because that's all fine and good. You want to talk big about championships and things like that, but we've already gone over the number of teams that are in the luxury tax and the teams that are en route to contend. There's the Oklahoma City Thunder that randomly popped, and their guys are all under 25, so they're not in the luxury tax yet. But besides that, most of these teams are in that situation, and it's a pay-to-play league, like AAU or anything else. So that's fine that Mike wasn't good enough, and you need to figure out what the next move is. That's all fine and good. But now you have to make the rest of that match up. That's what you have to do. Mike Holmes on the SAC chat is saying something to the effect of, not sure. He says, I can't believe I'm the only one who noticed a difference in the team playing last night with Christie coaching. Their pace has picked up. I'm not saying it wrong, Mike. It's just hard for me to tell against a team with 4 starters or missing. It's really hard for me to tell.
Sure felt like they were playing with 4 players.
Yeah, I mean, for real. And again, maybe if they had come out, and I would even say if they came out and smacked the team from the first quarter on, I might be with you. But I'm still hesitant based on the slow start, the lackadaisical start to the game. So maybe this can propel the Kings into something else, and we have some of that sound from Doug Christie as well. But I can't go there yet because I don't know what I'm looking at. Right? I don't know what I'm looking at. So that's where I'm at with that. Let's continue the conversation on the other side Domas has asked what changed in the second half, but we have more Doug Christie sound. We have his opening remarks, a little bit different than Mike Brown. Let's see if you can spot the difference. And what does he want the players to see in him? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave coming to you from my good friends at American Energy. Look, it's already cold outside. It's only going to get colder. American Energy wants to help you stay warm and make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of the $49 tune-up inspection. Normally $119, $49 right now, and that includes a full safety and duct inspection. And check it out. If your system's over 10 years old, and I'll bet it is, the tune-up, yeah, it's free. It's free from a company that's been in business since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ Better Business Bureau. Check their Yelp, check their Google reviews. Don't take my word for it. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. If you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Check them out at theaeway.com and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9998 now.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
There's a reason why more and more people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Folsom, Elk Grove, Woodland, Roseville. And it's not just because they're centrally located next to Hagan Oaks Golf Course. It's because they make the car buying experience different than anywhere else. Yeah, of course they can get you a great price. That's the easy part. Where their general manager, Chuck Dean, and his team really make a difference is they don't believe you should have to sacrifice great customer service to get a great deal. Stomp on in today and see for yourself. That's Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. It's the place where a handshake still means something.
Your home for Cover Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
Super proud of the guys. Obviously didn't start out the way that we wanted to, but at halftime challenged them. The third quarter in Los Angeles was the one that got us, and tonight come out and only allowed them 17 points in the third. I thought was really, really big for us. Offensively didn't run with the same pace that we did, but defensively took a bit of a step. But there's still levels to this, and some of the things that you're being asked to do, you go back to old habits, and now we got to continue to work on it. But more than anything, it's about winning, and then you go back, look at it, and then we'll continue to improve.
Those were Doug Christie's opening statements. You know, the one thing that I noticed, and I would argue that maybe Mike Brown's opening statements were also shorter during wins, and we hadn't seen a win in what feels like a very long time. But Mike Brown would go, a solid 3 to 4 minutes on his opening game.
As the guy who's been cutting him every game for the last 6 weeks, let me tell you, it was quite nice to see 44 seconds.
It was a quick one. But again, they won. They beat a team who was down bad. Klay Thompson ended up getting sick. That was Kyle. That was your prop talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, if Klay Thompson had played or hadn't played, he would have had 0 points.
Well, now you can say that, and now I guess we'll never know. But
0 points. That's Klay Thompson.
That's true. He did go under. Technically, he just didn't actually.
He was under 15. He was under 10. That bum Klay Thompson didn't want to show up.
There you go. He was seeing the ghosts of Golden One's past. Malik Monk also hit. So Kyle and I went 2 for 2. And maybe we'll have some fun before I did miss on my stupid Debo prop. I don't understand how Debo, I think he had 5 receiving yards, just insane stuff. Shout out Ricky Pearsall, by the way.
Debo Samuel, get ready to speak Tennessee Titans.
Yeah,
buddy.
for real. Shout out to Ricky Pearsall, though. He balled. He balled out. We got some Niners talk coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. We already played that beginning of Doug Christie's presser, but he gets asked, I believe this is from the Sacramento Bee, from Jason Anderson. He gets asked, what does he want players to see in him? And I really liked his answer. And I think these are kind of the differences, as I joke about some of the defense and other things that Doug Christie talks about that seem like a carbon copy from Mike Brown. When we are divvying up the differences between the two guys, obviously the biggest one is Doug being a former player and for the Sacramento Kings, but he gets asked, what does he want players to see in him? And this is what he had to say.
Players, that group, what do you see and what do you want them to see when they look at you?
I think in many ways your team takes on the personality of your coach, and I just want them to fight. And when they step inside those lines, it's always us versus them, and it's always us. And it doesn't matter when we leave. If we're friends with them, great. If we're not, that's fine too. We come here to win the ball game, and we come here to lock arms and do it together. That's my I like to have fun. So I want them to have joy and play with joy at the same time, but understand that when it's business, we are getting after it. And that's what I want our fans to feel. So when they come to our arena, they know that there's going to be a sense of pride in what is across our chest and on our back, that we're coming to deliver a product that they can be proud of.
There you go. I think that was great stuff right there. And Doug Christie, obviously with the broadcast background, he knows how to talk to the media. He is not nervous at all. And I don't think Mike Brown was either, because Mike Brown has been around for a very long time. But Doug Christie just he knows who he's dealing with. He knows what he wants to say. He knows the message that he wants to get across. And I wouldn't necessarily call it rah-rah, because I think it is rah-rah when they're in. He's talking about, hey, we locked arms at one point and we wanted to show the togetherness, but it's rah-rah, but you know that this guy knows ball because of his background. And I think that being rah-rah, but also knowing some of the X's and O's. And look, he's going to need as much help as he needs to kind of understand what makes the most sense in certain situations as far as being a head coach. But I do think that as much as I joke about the similarities and just what kind of coach speak when it comes to defense and things like that, there are some specific differences between Doug Christie and Mike Brown that I can already see. The biggest one that I saw last night was just understanding I'm going to ride, and I know DeMar was in a bit of foul trouble, but DeMar, from the outside looking in, it seemed as if DeMar missed more time in that second half than usual.
12 minutes straight.
Yeah,
he sat for 12 straight minutes.
So you had Trey Lyles doing his thing. Is that something Mike Brown would have done? I don't know. We can get, and I asked this when the guys were walking out of here, as far as Frankie and Brendan Nunez as they're heading over to practice. I asked the guys, do the Kings win last night if Mike Brown was a coach? I think that's a very unfair question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And I don't know. The way things have been going, do you think that the Kings get down 18 and pull off their biggest comeback of the season last night? I'm leaning more towards no than yes.
I'm leaning towards yes, not because of any Mike Brown or Doug Christie specific thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying yes because of the quality of opponent they were playing. Like the team they were playing last night, I said, I was watching the game at home and I was leaning over and saying, this is where the Kings are going to pull away, because normally when you have the three best players on the court, you can make an argument the Kings had the four best players on the court last night. When you have the three or four best players on the court, usually around the third quarter is the moment when you start to pull away, often by the things you're doing well, but more so the other team starts making mistakes. And wouldn't you know it, the Mavericks shot like 1 for 10 from the 3-point line during that 9.5 minute stretch where the Kings outscored them 25-3. So I attribute this win more so to the quality of opponent they were playing than like any mid-game adjustment that Doug or may have made different than what Mike would have done.
There is a level of we're not going to let it happen, and there is a level of pride. And maybe it's something that you can't necessarily put your finger on, because that's not to say that Mike Brown didn't have pride, but everybody knows Doug Christie's background. Everybody knows what Doug Christie means to this organization. So the pride just feels a little bit different when Doug Christie is saying, we ain't letting this happen in our house. We ain't letting this happen with the Kings across our chest. We ain't letting this happen with whatever your last name is on the back of your jersey. There has to be a level of pride, and I do think that having a guy like Doug Christie, we can talk about X's and O's and schemes and things like that, but just the initial feeling of it is we are not going to let them do this because the fans deserve better. We're better than this, and we're not going to let it happen. And maybe that's the thing that was missing with Mike Brown. Maybe that's what it was. And I don't know. I don't know. We'll never know. We'll know more if the Kings don't make a move, and if they play better with the same roster. Sure, I do think that they will make a move, so it's going to be harder to tell. And you can make the argument we still won't necessarily be able to tell, because if Trey Lyles plays like this, are we going to say that it's because of Doug Christie? I mean, Trey Lyles couldn't stay on the court, so I can't say that's because of Doug Christie. We saw Trey Lyles play a version of this the Beam Team season. Then if you get Devin Carter, and Devin Carter is even 80% of what Friar Nation says that he is, every time you mention Devin Carter, they're in your mentions on social media saying, no, you don't understand. This guy is going to change your organization. So if Devin Carter is 80% of what Providence Friar thinks that he is, you could even make that argument and say, well, Mike didn't have this. As long as the Kings start winning, and look, that happens all the time. As long as the Kings start winning games, I think it'll just turn. It's not an indictment per se on Mike, and maybe that's how I feel. I don't want it to come off. I feel bad if it comes off like Mike was a bad coach or wasn't doing a good job. Sometimes it just stops working out, and sometimes you just need a new voice. I've used the example before about tutors, right? And if you're struggling in math or algebra or something like that, that doesn't mean your teacher isn't a good teacher because all these other kids are doing well. That means that you need to be taught a different way. And I think that is how I hope it comes off with Mike Brown, but I'm not sure that it will.
Well, yeah, think about back to the soundbite we just played. What is Doug talking about there in terms of identity he wants to instill on this team? Having fight and having fun.
Yes.
Those are the two things he said. It's not like these are like profound there's like not profound ideas that are so
no one's ever said this before.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like he's preaching these completely abstract concepts of coaching that are coming in and making an impact. It's going back to simplifying. I don't want to say simplifying in the sense that Mike's offense was more complex and that's doing a disservice to Doug as a coach. It's just, let's focus on the fundamental parts of it. And then as they get more comfortable with each other, I'm sure we're going to see some tinkering. And also as Doug starts to get comfortable as coach too, because we talked about it yesterday. It's like when you, and I heard Kyle Draper and Jay Johnson talking about it, when it's your first game and you just found out you're the coach 24 hours ago, you're just in autopilot.
Right.
And last night there was probably some of that autopilot too. I think give it 10, 20 games and we'll see whether these press conferences still sound the same as they do now.
Right. And I think that's a great call because they're just trying to, they're still trying to get their sea legs. Honestly, tomorrow night against the 76ers, and we were giving away tickets. So if you won tickets on Monday, good for you, and we hope you enjoy yourself. We will know a lot more tomorrow night. I can't ever keep up with who's playing for the 76ers. I know Jared McCain is out. He's back on TikTok. We hope that he gets better soon with that knee. But besides that, I never know when Joel Embiid's playing. I never know when Paul George is playing. But I guess they will have more than one starter on the court tomorrow.
Joel Embiid's not on the injury report, so I guess that means he's got a 50% chance of playing.
There you go.
Currently not on the injury report.
There you go. So you got the Sixers, and then we'll deal with the Grizzlies when it's time to deal with the Grizzlies. So we will know more in the coming days. But I do want to play this Domantas Sabonis sound. I know there's some speculation between Domantas Sabonis's relationship with Mike Brown and what was going on there. But I want to play this sound. I'm not trying to insinuate anything, but I'm going to let you listen for yourself and we can all react together. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
The holiday driving season is here, and my good friends over at Jiffy Lube have an awesome holiday oil change special going on right now. Get a full synthetic oil change starting at just $76.99 with a $33 off coupon online. That's right, starting at just $76.99 for up to 5 quarts of full synthetic motor oil with the online coupon. Go visit jiffylube.com right now, find a location near you, and get that $33 off full synthetic oil change coupon now. Most vehicles are covered, specialty vehicles and diesel are extra. You got to show the coupon for discount. See the store for details. Happy holidays from Jiffy Lube.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find: happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call.
If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
California's largest Sportsman's Expo is back, January 16th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations, and check out the all-new, fully redesigned Toyota Land Cruiser. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 16th through 19th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Get huge year-end savings on the all-new 2025 Silverado now at Meda Chevy.
With $8,000 off MSRP after rebates on select new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT and RST.
And Meda Chevy has one of the largest selections of new 2025 Silverados in the Sacramento area.
$8,000 off new 2025 Silverado at Meda Chevy. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MedaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Now available with special financing needs in some of their offices.
Tom's Watch Bar, your ultimate sports watching destination for all Kings games, hosted live by Sacktown Sports. With 360-degree viewing, surround sound, premium food and drink, and game day vibes that match being at the game, Tom's Watch Bar is the ultimate game day experience for all Sacramento Kings fans.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. We have this sound from Domas. We're going to play his post-game presser in its entirety. And when I say its entirety, it's 2 minutes. So it's not going to take that long. We got Shortcake on the Sack Chat. Haven't we played bad teams this season before, though, and still haven't been able to finish a comeback? When I've mentioned that this win last night is cool, but they were missing 4 starters. You're right, Shortcake, but I would also say that I don't know if they've ever lost to a team missing 4 starters.
I would say, what team is worse? A Jazz team, or let's say, because they lost to Portland, let's say Portland team with Duop Reith, Denny Advia, Jeremy Grant, Shaden Sharp. Is it that, or a team of Spencer Dinwiddie, PJ Washington, Quentin Grimes, who was a hooper in high school? I don't know about
he was not good last night.
No, he did not have a good game. Who else was it? Jaden Hardy and Daniel Gafford.
That is tough. That is tough.
I think this was the worst team they've played all year.
I do too.
They played one Jazz game without Markkanen, but other than that, I think this might be the worst team.
And they also won that game. So we're trying to figure out the worst team that they lost.
Well, that's easy. It's the Portland game.
Yes.
The Portland game is obviously the worst loss of the season. I just meant of any team that they've played this year.
Yeah.
This might be the worst one they've played. The only other one was the Jazz without Markkanen.
Yeah. So I hear you, but again, I'm not saying, look, a win is a win is a win. Don't get me wrong. It's just when we're trying to evaluate, we're going to know a lot more tomorrow night. We are. And then after that, and then after that, and then after that. The 408 says, as crazy as it sounds, if they play Trey like this, can we move Sabonis to the 4 and go Keegan to the 3, Monk and Fox? And I guess you're moving. Here we go. That would be moving DeMar DeRozan to the bench. And that's what got me roasted on Twitter, because I initially said that was crazy. And I will say this, 408, we've seen games like this from Trey, and he's either not able to keep it up because of injury or he just isn't. But in theory, yes, if Trey played like this, it's not even a starter or bench. If Trey played like this, it would unlock so much so much, but you don't see it.
Well, also, no, they're not going to put Domas at the 4 and Trey at the 5.
It would be swapped.
Obviously not going to do that. It would be Trey at the 4 and Domas at the 5.
Right. So an easier way to say this is, would you bench DeMar DeRozan for Trey Lyles? And that's kind of what we saw last night in a way.
That would be a truly insane thing to happen because they didn't even bench Harrison Barnes for Trey Lyles.
Right. But I do think that there would be more of a reason to do it simply because you get the spacing back. And I would love to see DeMar against some of those second units on other teams. He would be pump faking everybody. I don't think it'll happen. We don't actually know what happened with the bench DeMar conversation. Lou Will said it. It wasn't in Ramona Shelburne's article anywhere. De'Aaron, when he quote tweeted yesterday, kind of debunking things, De'Aaron said there was no pushback on anything. So there was nobody pushed back on the team as far as bringing DeMar off the bench. We have no conversation, or we don't have any confirmation of how that went, but moving forward, I think it's interesting, but I can't get fooled, or we shouldn't get fooled by one good Trey Lyles game. If this turns into who Trey Lyles has been or is going to be, we can have that conversation, but I'm not doing that yet.
We could say 2 Trey Lyles games. The Pistons game was his season high in points.
That's true. That's true. So if this is who he is, I think it's worth the conversation. But then I would also say, well, Malik couldn't get off the bench and he was balling. Why do we need to start Trey Lyles? Why don't you just help the bench since the bench stinks?
Let's just start with Trey Lyles is back to being in the rotation. Plus, if we're trying to figure out, well, what's changed? Why is Trey Lyles doing this all of a sudden? If you ask Malik Monk, it's just because Trey Lyles is back in basketball shape at this point.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
He lost a lot of lbs.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
And he was smiling, but he was straight. He was serious.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
And now he's back in playing shape.
Trey Lyles was able to laugh about it. I'll see if I can find that quote too, but that was great that they were laughing about all that.
Let's hear from Domantas Sabonis and what he had to say in his post-game presser, just as far as the team. And he gets asked something I want you to pay attention to. He gets asked, what was the difference between the first half and the second half? Let's hear what he had to say about it.
Hey, Domas. I think you said it out there kind of perfectly, but just how good did it feel to get that win tonight?
Felt good, especially after a game like this where everyone showed up. We fought, it was ugly, but we got the win.
Domas, I know you spent a lot of time with Doug over the last 2 summers. Just how cool is it to see him get this opportunity and go get his first win?
Really cool. I spent 3 summers now with him, and he works. He works his butt off, and just to see him, instilling what he believes in the guys and the guys reacting that quickly to it, is awesome.
How you feeling, man? You look like you gasping for air. Because of the game, or ending this losing streak.
Yeah.
What?
Well, I was sick a couple of days ago. I got that noro, whatever that virus is called, and I'm struggling. So yeah.
Domas, you showed a little bit of love out there to the bench in the second unit, but I want to ask you about Trey Lyles specifically. And it seems like over the last couple of weeks, he's really getting into that rhythm with all the injuries he's been dealing with. What are you seeing from him in the backup minutes?
He's a vet. He's a professional. He's always ready. Even though he's been out a bit at the start of the season, he takes care of his body, gets his work in, and when he comes back, he's always showing up.
Domas, just the getting a win, obviously the relieving of some of the pressure that's been kind of built up a little bit. I just wonder, when you go down, I think it was 18-19 against them, what's kind of the feeling at that point? Obviously there's a lot of game left, but just given everything.
Knowing our history, just keep fighting. There's still a quarter left or a lot of minutes left in the game, and with us, we got to fight till the last second, and make sure we get that win.
Domas, you guys seem to play a lot more physical in the second half. What was the message at halftime, and what clicked there going into the third quarter?
He just wants us. He says, make them feel you, touch them, touch the ball, touch the player, and after a couple of texts there, the refs let us be more physical there, and that kind of suits our game more.
He didn't even let my guy Jeremiah finish the question. What was it, Doug? Now, there has been some speculation about how Domas felt about Mike Brown, and we can go down that path if we want to. We don't have to, but we can. But he was very quick. Am I tripping, Kyle?
Well, I think Domas is a huge fan of Doug, and
they've worked together, kind of a personal trainer situation.
Oh, yeah. The last, what is it now, 2 or 3 off seasons, Doug has flown to Lithuania for months or weeks at a time to do training with Domas.
So they're boys.
Well, it's his personal coach, essentially. They were doing one-on-one work during the Beam season and last year. I don't know so much about this year, but when Jordy was the assistant coach, it was like some of these people get assistant coaches are assigned to players basically as personal coaches.
Doug.
I think Barbosa was with Keon and some other people. And so
Doug.
Doug would be
Doug. What was it there, Doug?
Doug would be the coach.
Is there the Doug? So
Doug would be the coach that Domas really likes.
Yeah, he was ready to say, what was there, Doug? And I'm not saying that it was or wasn't. Domas is the one playing. He's the one in the locker room. Something resonated.
Domas, you guys seem to play a lot more physical in the second half. What was the message at halftime, and what clicked there going into the third quarter?
There you go. So maybe it is the messenger, not the message. I do think that Doug's message is a little bit different than Mike Brown's. I think we'll know more as time moves forward, but you can definitely tell that Domas is happy to have Doug
going into the third quarter.
Didn't even let my guy Jeremiah finish the question.
Going into the third quarter.
Wow.
Going into the third quarter.
All right,
Doug.
We have created, or not we, but the collective NBA world, we have created a new word for a rumor as it pertains to teams and players wanting a trade request. And De'Aaron Fox has been thrown into this conversation. We'll tell you what that word is, how ridiculous it is, or is it on the other side? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Going into the third quarter.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike to the left hand.
The Kings lead by 3. Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Ginger.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. ¿Vos está pronto?
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at babbel.com, BABBEL.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stings that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse straight. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, you got to tell me what's going on for the Wrap Up the Year sales event.
Wrap up our biggest savings of the year with up to $17,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram heavy duties. Plus, with over 400 new Rams available, including the hard-to-find heavy duties, your perfect truck is waiting at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
That's a huge selection of Rams, and that's why Hoblet's the top Ram dealer in California, Chad.
Not only do we have great deals on new Ram trucks, the Hoblet family dealers is growing with a huge selection of used cars at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter. With over 220 vehicles available and over 45 under 20,000.
Start, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 tradesmen's after 10,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discounts. Rebates include 3,000 Hoblet inventory coupons while supplies last, 2,000 trade-in assistance on qualifying trades, 500 upfit, 2,000 California commercial business bonus cash, business ownership, and 500 upfit required. 5% net savings. Sample VIN 357313. See dealer for details.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
One more hour. The last show of 2024 for the Allen Stiles Show, of course. Drive Guys up next. And, you know, what's everyone's plans? I was saying how we were supposed to be in Napa today, but Toddler Styles had other plans. Got to get her better. So I guess I should be a good parent as much as I would rather be enjoying the grapes of Napa. I will be here hanging out, finding a new way to have fun. That's what life is all about. You know, it could be worse. I know that it really puts things in perspective. When these kids get sick, it kind of just jacks up everything. You know, I had a buddy who they went to Disneyland. His kid got sick essentially as they arrived, and they were just in the hotel the whole time. I mean, so it could be worse. I get it, but you know, I'm still a bit annoyed. Kyle, you're young and spry. You got any plans? You going to EDM party or the ball's gonna drop?
You know what's funny? You're not actually that far off. As soon as this show ends, I am hopping on the freeway and I am driving out to the Bay.
Are you going to the NYE party?
I don't know about that. There's some concert going on in San Jose.
Wow. No, so you got a mob.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so
we're mobbing all the way out there. I have a friend who lives out there, so we will mob out there together.
Wow, look at Kyle.
I'm hopping on the freeway as soon as this show ends.
I'm closing my eyes while I'm watching Miss Rachel, and I'm going to be living vicariously through you.
Sounds nice.
There you go.
At least you're not doing what Frankie said he's going to do tonight. Frankie's like, hey, the baby's coming. I don't think we're going to do anything crazy tonight, obviously. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to sit at home and we're going to watch The Penguin.
From Max?
Yes.
Like the show?
I was like, you're making it seem like it's a light New Year's welcome in with like the darkest, most intense show of 2024.
Right. Penguin and some Martinellis. That's how you ring in the new year if you are.
I'm not saying it's not a good
37.
show. I just like the mood you're going for you might be surprised when you find out what that show is going for.
Oh, well, I'm sure he already knows. I'm sure Frankie is, it's the dark days now. So I don't know what's going on. And, you know, Frankie being from New York, or his great-great-great-great-grandfather was from New York, I think he just loves Gotham. You know what I mean? Just the feeling of Gotham. And he feels like in another life, maybe he'd be Batman.
He would be Batman?
Maybe in his mind.
I guess so, maybe not. By the way, I don't watch a lot of movies. This is well documented, but I watched The Batman recently, the Robert Pattinson one.
Yeah.
Dude, is Gotham such a terrible place in all these movies? Like, my takeaway from the movie was not, oh, look how cool Batman is. It's like, Jesus, Gotham is a truly terrible place to live.
Yeah, nobody wants to live in Gotham.
They had blown up courthouses, flooding that was like supposed to be like Hurricane Katrina, and assassination attempts all in one movie. I was like, Jesus, this is like the craziest town ever.
That you don't want to. That is not on anybody's vacation list if you are in the DC universe. But in speaking of dramas, like what Frankie will be watching today, a little bit of drama here, and this is the type of stuff that we joke a lot on this show about the words that get used when talking about players and rumors. So we talk about there is momentum building. There are whispers. There are rumblings. There are... give me another one, Kyle. There's more. Give me another one. 916-339-1140.
Whispers.
I said whispers.
Okay.
Rumblings. There is momentum growing. There is a sense.
People are talking.
Anonymous
sources.
There's a new one here. Okay. And here it is. Report. There are grumblings in NBA circles suggesting that De'Aaron Fox will request a trade before the deadline. That is from Eric Pincus of national NBA writer for Bleacher Report. The Kings will likely entertain all options. One team stands out as their best potential trade partner, the Houston Rockets. So we have mumblings, rumblings, fumblings.
I don't know if I'm allowed to play that soundbite, but you know the New York fan who calls Kristaps Porzingis something different during the draft?
Yeah.
That's what I thought of with Eric Pincus's name.
So I don't know what to do with this. I will bring it back to what Brendan mentioned earlier in the show before I was in here. The idea that, and I've been saying this as well, the idea that, 209 says there is growing speculation. Very good, 209. That is very good. The idea that the Kings knew that De'Aaron Fox wanted to keep Mike Brown, and they still moved off of Mike Brown without even giving De'Aaron a heads up. How in the world can you not look at that and think, are they preparing to move on from De'Aaron? Because we don't know how that meeting went. Right, and De'Aaron, solid game last night. This is where he needs to sit. If he wants to be All-NBA, this is kind of where he needs to sit. Six assists, 6 rebounds, and 33 points. He does this, and the Kings win games, then he's not done yet. He's not done yet by any stretch of the imagination. But when you have a situation where the agent went and talked to the front office, and I believe, or I'm assuming, that the coaching was not brought up as far as we want to move on from Coach Mike Brown, and then they do, that kind of tells me that Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair, they might not say, they won't say it out loud, but that kind of tells me that they don't think that the meeting went great, or they don't think that that they will for sure be able to get where De'Aaron wants them to get. And whether that's because you're going to have to give up picks you don't want to give up, you're going to have to give up a player you don't want to give up. Maybe that's Keegan Murray. I can't see that meeting going swimmingly and the Kings still making this move and moving on from Mike Brown without even consulting De'Aaron. To me, that sounds like they are kind of getting ready to move on. Now, the 530 says, if De'Aaron wanted Mike Brown here, Mike Brown would still be here. Don't think that's true, 530. I don't. Unless you're calling De'Aaron a liar.
We also just talked about it with Brendan and Frankie for almost an hour. Is De'Aaron Fox wanted Mike Brown to be the head coach. He told Ramona Shelburne that he never had an argument with Mike Brown. Over the summer, he said, I don't want another coach.
So unless we're saying, you're not me, but unless you think that De'Aaron is lying, which I do not, because I don't think De'Aaron has a reason to lie at this point in time, everything he's saying, whether it's De'Aaron, whether it's Rasay, his lovely partner, they are all saying that this was not us. We want you to do something, but not this. So that is where I think all of this lands. And you don't necessarily have to believe that De'Aaron wants out, because I don't think initially he did want out. I think that he's trying to figure out who he wants to be in this league. I know he wants to compete at a high level, but does he want to be a number one? Does he want to be a 1B, a top tier 2, a Kyrie type situation and find his Luka? I don't know. Maybe. I think it's very possible. But it's clear that De'Aaron did not sign off on this. And if you're okay with that being the case, you have to be okay with what comes next if you're the Sacramento Kings. And I think that they are. And the way I read it was that meeting did not go as well as the Kings would have hoped. Now, a lot of people are saying, hey, maybe it wasn't De'Aaron, but Rich Paul said something. We're talking semantics here. When I say De'Aaron, I'm saying his camp. Maybe De'Aaron is playing coy and he's saying, well, I didn't say anything. I just, from the back and forth, that everything that we've read and everything that we've seen with De'Aaron hasn't said that he has had an issue with Mike Brown. Now, could things have changed where it's, hey, initially we thought that this could work out and we thought that Mike was the guy, but we personally think that this is what's best for you, De'Aaron, and this is what's best for the team. Or we can't cater to one guy in De'Aaron if we think that a coach can make De'Aaron or Mike Brown might be making De'Aaron better or feel like he's pushing De'Aaron in a way, but the team ain't winning. So we have to make another move.
Yeah, it sounds like the reason Mike Brown is no longer the coach of the Sacramento Kings is very likely because Monty McNair and Vivek Ranadive believe that is the best direction for the franchise. It doesn't seem like they really consulted anybody else when it came to making that decision itself. And by the way, I don't think De'Aaron Fox is definitively going to leave just because of this. It's given him more to think about, obviously. This was supposed to be the season that was supposed to determine whether or not they could show improvement year over year and build sustainable winning, like De'Aaron has talked about many times he values. But I think the decision to move on from Mike Brown gives De'Aaron Fox something to consider, but doesn't actually put any nail in the coffin in either direction of where he's going or not going to go, because all NBA makes a difference on where he does or does not go. We won't know that until April. And then he can't even sign his long-term extension until June 30th. So there's plenty of time for more to change. Think about how much things have changed in the last 6 months. Think about where we're going to be 6 months from now.
The reality is you have to win games, right? That's what De'Aaron said. De'Aaron didn't necessarily want a different coach, but they wanted to win games. So if the Kings think, hey, we know you like Mike Brown, but we're trying to convince you to stay, and we think that we can win more games, or we're gonna see if we can win more games with a different coach, because if we can't win more games, you're leaving anyway. So whether you like Mike Brown or not, you can like Mike Brown all you want, but if we keep losing games, you're going to leave.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing that's tough for the Sacramento Kings is do you have faith in the front office to make the right decision for the long-term viability of the franchise? Which I believe the best option for the long-term viability of the franchise is for De'Aaron Fox to sign a long-term extension.
Yeah.
Other people might not feel that way. Maybe the front office doesn't feel that way. I don't suspect they do, but I believe the long-term best option for this franchise is for De'Aaron Fox to sign a long-term extension. Do you have faith in the people in charge to have the best interest in the long-term viability of the organization? Or is Monty looking at it, I only got 1 year to make this thing right. Do we make an all-in move or something like that?
Let's get to the other side. And when we do, we start to look forward for the Sacramento Kings, who they have up next. And yeah, I know we haven't looked at the Western Conference standings in a while, but let's start to build a path for the Kings to get back into contention. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions, plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports, all in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. 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 I mean, it doesn't really matter.
No class, no balls.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Gotta go.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Going the other quarter. Going the other quarter. Going the other quarter. No class, no balls.
I hate that damn bean. I hate that damn bean. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Your flagship station for the Bean Team, Sacktown Sports.
There you go, right there. That
doesn't really matter.
That's barely a 2024 mix. That's just from the last 2 weeks.
I know. There's so much good stuff to put together.
Great
He lost
stuff.
a lot of pounds. He was fat. He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
Fat, 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 fat.
He lost
fat.
a lot of pounds. He was fat.
After possession, after possession, after possession.
Great
I mean,
stuff.
it doesn't really matter.
Great stuff, Kyle.
Going the other quarter. Going the other quarter.
I just love the drop of it. No class, no balls. No class.
No class, no balls. No class, 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 no balls. No class, no class, no class, no class, no balls.
I love this so much. This is a great idea.
And Kyle, you're doing this live.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay. Sorry, De'Aaron.
Gotta go. Going the other quarter.
Where is the gotta go? What's his name? What was his name?
Jeff.
Jeff.
Jeff in the grocery store.
Gotta go.
Jeff gonna help me get my medicine for my kid today.
Gotta go.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Looking forward for the Sacramento Kings.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
Thank you, Malik. That's going to be me after
going into the other quarter.
Doug.
Frankly, insane. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I know, De'Aaron, I know. Kings are still in that 12th seed where they've been for the last month, it feels like. 14-19. Okay. They are, at this point, Kyle, is it unrealistic to, are we only looking at the play-in now?
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, I know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I looked it up last night. So the Spurs right now are 16-16, which means assuming the Spurs continue to play 500 basketball, and the Spurs are the 10 seed right now, the Kings would have to play 5 games over 500 the rest of the season just to get back to 10. They're 14-19 right now. To get back to 500, they would have to go 27 and 22 the rest of the season. So it's very unlikely that the Kings are even going to get back to hosting a play-in game, which is where they were last year as the 9th
That's
seed.
crazy. Don't tell me that.
I mean, they've lost so many games early on in the season, and teams that we thought weren't going to have a leg up this year, like the Spurs, are playing better than expected.
They're 5 games out of the 6th seed.
Yeah, but they're also 5 games back. They have to win 5 more games than the Spurs in order to get back to that point, because they're 5 games below 500 right now.
Spurs will fall off a cliff.
Okay, so then they have to jump Phoenix.
I think the problem is you can say the Spurs will fall off a cliff. The Timberwolves are in the 8th seed. The Lakers are in the 7th seed. The Nuggets are in the 6th seed. And those dang Clippers, this is what Ty Lue does. It's the Clippers that are the problem. Everyone had, if you put any cheese on the Clippers, good for you. I mean, they could still fall off a cliff, but everyone thought the Clippers were not going to do anything. The Clippers are the 5 seed. I feel like the Clippers are the 5 seed every season. I know the Mavs were the 5 seed last season. I think the Clippers might have been the 4. The Clippers lock down a 4 or 5 seed every season. Doesn't matter who's on the roster.
Well, they've kind of gone up and down, right? The one year Kawhi was out, I remember they were the 8th seed because that was the year Patrick Beverley chucked the jersey into the crowd after they beat him in the play-in tournament. But you're right, man. The Clippers are always good for that. And I don't think Jeff Van Gundy's going to get a coaching job, but he came in as the defensive coordinator, and they're like an elite defensive unit at this point. I think the one team that the Kings fan could bet on and saying that team is really going to fall off is Golden State Warriors are one injury away. They're one injury away from that whole thing falling apart.
And I would say these teams are a couple moves away. The Lakers in the 7th seed, 18-30. And this is why the beginning, people tried to get on me. Allen, it's still early in the season. The Lakers are riding the fact that they played well early. They're 18-13. They had their slide, and now they have Dorian Finney-Smith. We'll see if it works out for them, but they're keeping their head above water. These beginning of season slumps, they kill you. They kill you.
I'm sorry. People in the chat have just called our guy from the remix.
Gotta go.
His nickname is now Pharmacy Jeff.
Pharmacy Jeff.
Pharmacy Jeff will now live in the lore of this show. I'm sorry. That was a great shout by whoever was in the chat that came up with that.
Gotta go.
Shout out Pharmacy Joe. But that is what kills you. Even the Warriors, they started out hotter than fish grease. Shout out Mark Jones. They're still only 500 because of how well they started out.
Yeah.
Now, you hope that you're supposed to take advantage of that, but they're still above water. The Kings right now, Kyle, and I hate to agree with you, but it is a long road. I mean, 5 games just to get back to 500 is kind of nuts.
Here's what we'll do, Alan. When we come back together on Thursday, after I've gone out to the Bay and you've not gone to Napa.
I've gone nowhere.
Yeah, after all that's done, I'm going to put together our little game again of if the Kings play as well as this, they will finish in this spot. So hopefully they beat the Sixers. If they lose, it'll be funnier for the game. But I just see it as being so difficult given where they're at right now. And again, I'm going to reiterate this point. Just because you fired a coach didn't mean it helped your chances of improvement. This very likely could have been hurting their chances. I think that my initial reaction was firing Mike Brown was more of a detriment for the Kings' chances than the 5-game losing streak. That was not a smart decision to do in the midst of the 5-game losing streak. However, there's also the possibility I'm wrong. And there's also the possibility that they do get back to playing 48-win level basketball,
which
for
would
season.
Then make them a 38-win team?
Well, I guess we'd have to go play the game tomorrow of if they played as well. Because when we did it a few games ago, it was if they played as well as the Beam team for the rest of the season, they would have been the 9 seed.
And that was 2 or 3 losses ago.
Yeah, that was pre-Lakers loss, I think. No, that had to be post Pacers loss. So that had to be before the Pistons and before the fourth Lakers loss. Jesus, the fourth Lakers loss. So I guess at this point they're 1-2 since then. The numbers can't be that different, but yeah. I guess the silver lining is, remember the De'Aaron Fox, we don't control our own destiny. Some of these Western Conference teams are starting to see a slide, and that was always going to happen just because not everyone can finish with 45 wins in a conference that goes 12 deep.
Yeah, I think at this point you're hoping to build momentum, get a 9 or 10 seed, at least get some excitement there. I would still make a move. If you want to hold on to De'Aaron Fox, make a move and just build towards next season and say, hey, we had a winning record with Doug. We added Cam Johnson or whoever it is, and next season is going to be our season when Doug has a full off season to implement everything he wants to implement. Let's talk about that schedule and how the Kings get there on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center. Welcome to the final day of 2024. This Tuesday forecast will include sun and clouds in the mix, light north winds, and highs today peaking in the mid to upper 50s. Expect overnight lows to drop off into the upper 30s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think Happy Honda Days. There's no better time to visit Elk Grove Honda than during our year-end clearance sale in the Elk Grove Auto Mall or online at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
NBAstore.com, the official online store of the NBA and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NBA fan gear. With unique designs by Fanatics, Nike, and all the latest styles for every NBA team, plus one-of-a-kind products and authentic collectibles. Shop now and get today's special offer. NBAstore.com, a Fanatics experience.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I've had my all-electric SUV for a little more than a year, and I continue to love it day after day. In fact, me and my daughter, we were just on vacation not too long ago, and we rented a car while we were on the trip, and my daughter said, Dad, I like your car better. I turned to her and said, honey, you know what? I like it better as well, and I couldn't wait to get back home to my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they are more than just a dealership. They're a partner you can trust throughout the entire ownership of of your luxury vehicle. Whether it's a refined C-Class or a versatile SUV lineup, your perfect Mercedes-Benz is there waiting for you. Plus, right now, you can enjoy 3.24% APR for up to 72 months on certified pre-owned models on approved credit. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is your trusted partner in luxury and reliability, and they've been doing it for more than 30 years. So head on down right now to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com.
The new year is upon us with promises of new beginnings and new adventures, but don't let 2024 slip away without savoring the memories made with family and friends. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Looking forward is always exciting, but I have a lot to appreciate in this past year, revolving around time with family and more good time spent around my Naturewood dining table. Watching my grandson with his first bite of birthday cake was priceless and reminds me that new life is the perfect balance between yesterday and today. Greet the new year with a visit to Naturewood Home Furnishings during their annual New Year's sale going on now, including all the fine furniture and accessories in every department. How about a new style for the new year? Find that perfect piece of furniture that's new today and filled with future memories for tomorrow. The memories you make with your family will stay with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
You guys got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, bam, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you'll take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue. StocktonHonda.com.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kip Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kip Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of Steph's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
No class, no balls. No class, no balls. No class, no balls. No class, no balls.
I mean, it didn't really matter. He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat. He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat. I mean, it didn't really matter. This brother De'Aaron Fox. I mean, it didn't really matter. I mean, it didn't really matter. Gotta go.
Gotta go. Your flagship station for the Beam Team, Sacktown Sports.
Gotta go. We don't gotta go yet. We got 30 more. We got 30 more.
Quarter. Going to the other quarter. Going to the other quarter. Going to the other quarter. Gotta go.
30 more minutes with you.
Gotta go.
We are definitely enjoying ourselves.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Yes, we will do the classic 2024 sports year in review.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
We give the Kings a grade for 2024. We give the Niners a grade for 2024. Two teams that had a great, I shouldn't say great for the Kings, but two teams that had a much better beginning of 2024 than they have the end of 2024.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
So we got to get your grades in as well. We talk about some of the best storylines of the year, the best championship team, and some of the most underrated stories and moments from the year. That is coming up in about 15 minutes. And then we hand you off to the drive guys. Whitey Gleason out, but Draper is in. Kyle Draper is in. And of course, Jay Johnson is in. 916 says, how can anyone possibly think that adding a player like Cam Johnson will actually help this organization? I mean, this is incomprehensible. This is over. This team is done. Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to we don't know what the front office truly thinks. We can read some of the tea leaves, and I think that moving on from Mike Brown, that tells me that they're at least thinking about life without De'Aaron Fox. That's not to say that they want to move on from De'Aaron Fox, but that tells me that they're at least thinking about it because we know how much De'Aaron liked Mike Brown. That's all continuing to come out right now. But the next move is mostly about setting up next season. As terrible as that sounds, it's about setting up next season. And if you look at De'Aaron Fox, the Sacramento Kings, and where we're at right now, the conversation becomes, if you get a Cam Johnson, do you just build the cohesion now where it's, hey, we got Cam in the fold, Trey Lyles would probably have to be moved. And again, Trey Lyles playing like this right now, I know Cam Johnson's been balling out, but you'd like to keep Trey Lyles and add Cam Johnson if you could, but you make a move that you think is going to make the team better. You head into the offseason, you give Doug a full offseason, and you go from there. So that is one area. To Kyle's point, if you actually look at the math, we're pretty close to the point where you're not making a move to try to make a push this season. Mathematically, it's just probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. Mathematically, it's probably not going to happen, but that doesn't mean you don't try to make the team better in some capacity. Probably means that you don't move on from too many crazy assets. Like Keegan Murray is probably weirdly untouchable now.
Sort of. I mean, not until the offseason.
I'm saying for the trade deadline.
For sure.
Keegan is now untouchable for a completely different reason than he was before. Some of those first-round picks are untouchable now because you're not going to go all in when the math just no longer makes sense. And, it reminds me, Kyle, funny enough, it does remind me of my situation having toddler Styles, where your kid gets sick and the first couple days you're thinking, okay, we're doing everything we can do. Kind of hard to get into doctor's offices, things like that. And then you hit that third day and oh my goodness, now our plans are getting canceled. She's not necessarily feeling better. We got to go to the doctor. So it reminds me of the Kings season because it started out, all right, it's early in the season. We're still trying to get DeMar right. Okay, we've had some injuries, and we're trying to get everybody on the same page. A couple more losses. Okay, now the season is possibly cooked, and now we're not really making a move to go all in. Now we're making a move for next season to try to convince De'Aaron that we're going to move in the right direction. It escalated so quickly.
Yeah.
So quickly.
And I think that instead of quelling the concerns, they just ignited the fire by firing Mike Brown. It's like, oh no, the house really is on fire. It wasn't like, oh, I smell something weird. It's like, no, the house is on fire. We just blew up the season, and now Doug Christie might be the long-term coach, and I don't know if Doug Christie being the long-term coach helps De'Aaron Fox's chances of staying. Does it hurt the chances? Does he say it doesn't matter? There's no way I can commit to 5 more years of this. At least not with the Supermax situation. It's all very convoluted because, that option is on the table now. And I think the next, as weird as it sounds, the next 4 weeks is going to decide whether or not the Kings are going to be making a move for the Cam Johnsons, the Kyle Kuzmas, the Brandon Ingrams, I guess now the Zion Williamsons, because apparently he's now available.
Yeah.
It's all very convoluted and complicated, and I don't think we know what direction they're going, because they could make the call, hey, we're going to shed some salary for next year by, I don't know, flipping Kevin Huerter for Malcolm Brogdon, because Brogdon's on an expiring contract, and that opens up flexibility to make a big move in the offseason, or, but it might not help us in the short term. So there's a lot that they can dissect as they go into the offseason, but at the trade deadline, I mean, how can you have conviction in making a big move when they are so far back at this point?
Yeah, so I think there are a couple moves that they can convince themselves is building towards something, but there's going to be a price point that they don't want to cross. So that becomes, to your point, are you going to pay the Cam Johnson premium and you don't know if you're even going to keep De'Aaron? And now it's turning into literally where Cam Johnson, if you go if you think Cam Johnson is good enough to keep you in some type of contention, that's cool. But if De'Aaron says, you guys, because again, it's been so broad, you guys did this and I appreciate it, but it's just not enough. I want to move somewhere else. And then you do a deal with the Spurs. So it's a Cam Johnson. So now Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter are gone, and you get whatever package that the Spurs cook up. Now you're wondering, all right, is this enough to hang? You're basically the Rockets. That's who you are. In my opinion, you're some version of, which isn't bad. I mean, the Rockets are doing better than the Kings right now, but you're some version of a Rockets where we're not going to win a championship, but we can probably make the playoffs if we play well.
At that point, it would be, and again, it would probably be a more convoluted deal, but at that point, you would be Domantas Sabonis and guys. Which guys?
And guys would still be DeMar DeRozan. He would still be here.
Sure, and Malik Monk would probably still be here. But then you would have an amalgamation of players learning to play together for the first time and learning to play in an offense that is unique because of Sabonis being that point center.
The timeline is different then at that point, right? Because you're not worried about De'Aaron. You're not trying to impress anybody because De'Aaron's gone.
Sure, but I don't know if, say it's Doug or say it's somebody else, I don't know if that coach is getting the affirmation from the front office because we don't even know if the front office is going to be around in the long run.
Right.
Do they allow Monty to be the person who potentially tears down the team that he built up? I don't know. Those are bigger picture questions that we don't have answers to yet.
I think best case scenario for the Kings, as sad as it sounds, best case scenario for the Kings, they find a deal that makes sense for them. They just play better this season. Maybe you get a 10 seed or a 9 seed. Maybe you win that game, right? A tiny victory. And then you say, if you want to, and again, I still don't know if they do. Then you say, hey, De'Aaron, this is what we did. You played. Look how much better we were with Doug. We know that you were a big Mike Brown guy, but the team has responded. We're going to make another move the same way they because Malik came out and said that they told Malik, we want to make a move, but we need to figure out what your price is.
So here's kind of the tough part of that, why the 9 or 10 seed also kind of needs to put a pin in it. Because say they make a charge the back half of the season and they get the 10 seed, but they don't end up making the play-in. First round pick is top 12 protected. Right. So if they get the 10 seed, they're going to have the 13 pick in the draft.
That's gone.
That pick is going to Atlanta.
It's messy stuff. And you definitely didn't want to lose that pick to be you can lose that pick to be a 2 seed.
You can lose that pick to have the 25 pick, not the 13 pick in the draft.
Yeah, so a lot of decisions to be made, but I do think that something is going to happen probably in 2025 at this point, probably in 2025, but it all starts tomorrow night as the Kings take on the 76ers. We won't be here, but we know you will, listening or watching your Sacramento Kings. We got the 2024 sports year in review that is coming up on the other side. Someone on the Sac chat asked, Mark, do you ever talk football? Of course we do. We got some Niners talk with Brock Purdy and that elbow again. Let's close out 2024 the right way. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-889-5566. 800-889-5566. 800-889-5566.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Lowe's knows how to help you save time and money, no matter the job. That's why we can deliver supplies to your job site as soon as same day, so you have more time to get the job done. Because when you need it fast, we've got you covered. Lowe's knows pros. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
At Elk Grove Honda, our recipe for happy holidays is to think happy Honda days. Let's explain. Happy is a good thing. We all like happy. Honda stands for quality, reliability, comfort, design, peace of mind, value at resale, and a lot more feel-good words. Days is how long you have left to take advantage of Elk Grove Honda's year-end clearance underway right now. Elk Grove Honda is located in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard, or visit us at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. ¿Vos está pronto?
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com. No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner, so he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. ¿Vos está pronto?
Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com, Babbel.com.
Yeah, that's my girl.
Dylan Scott, Country Till I Die Tour.
That's my girl.
Platinum selling artist Dylan Scott. With special guests Jackson Dean and Avery Anna.
You just can't have mine. Thank God she loves me. God knows I got so lucky.
Friday, January 10th, 7 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com.
It's the year-end sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford. Get last chance year-end savings on your favorite new Ford models. Low payments and even 0% financing with approved credit. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford and tell them DC sent you. FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Sacktown Sports.
$15 more minutes with your last show in 2024. I've always loved this song. I don't know if I can call it underrated. You play it once a year.
One day a year, yeah.
Yeah. Very different vibes. Very different vibes than a couple segments ago with the EDM mix that Kyle is going to premiere tonight at his New Year's Eve event.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
Thank you, Malik. That's going to be me.
That was fun. I'm glad we got to put that together. That was a great idea you had after we made fun of the whole Doug thing.
$20
You know, Doug. You were like, what if we just did a remake of the sounds? I'm glad we could put that together.
I mean, there have been a lot of different sounds these last couple days, weeks, and hopefully there's some positive sounds in 2025. Maybe the Kings are going back to the playoffs. It's not cooked yet, but
possible.
It's possible. Kyle, real quick, I had this Brock Purdy sound that I wanted to get to just because we're about to talk about grades. So we're going to give our Kings grade last. Let's get to our 49ers grade first in a couple different weird scenarios for the Niners 2024. You had some high highs and some low lows, but here's Brock after the game. Turns out it was elbow. He has a right elbow contusion with nerve inflammation. His season is likely done, but there are no long-term issues. This is from David Lombardi, but this was Brock last night.
I mean, it doesn't feel the best, but just leave it at that. So we'll see you tomorrow.
What happened?
On that sack, I got hit on the backside, and basically just my arm was on fire, kind of thing. And so I tried throwing a couple on the sideline, and I couldn't at that point. So, it has nothing to do with tapping out of a game or anything like that. I love my teammates, and I'll go to the very end for them and this fan base and everybody. So that's what hurts me is like I couldn't finish the game, but.
I'll never question Brock's toughness. But I would say this, though. I am questioning that elbow a little bit. I know there's not supposed to be any long-time effects, but this is a guy who never had a cannon. Okay, I know he doesn't have a bad arm, but he never had a cannon per se. He's had this UCL surgery, and a couple games during this season. Did he miss a game for arm stuff this season?
I don't think he missed a game, but he was questionable.
Yeah, he was questionable. He was honest. He was wearing a sleeve during while he was on the sideline.
I'm trying to remember because he did come out of a game at some point because we saw Brandon Allen. I just can't remember why.
I believe he missed a game. I'm actually, the more I think about it, Brandon Allen definitely started a game.
Yeah, but I can't remember if that was for the elbow or I know we saw Brandon Allen at some point. I just can't remember if that was elbow related or not.
So now you have another issue. I think it might end up working out for the Niners because I really don't know what Brock's value is. I think going into the season, we were talking about $60 million, but now I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And everyone's worst nightmare on the Sack Chat. Brock missed a game, you casuals. He didn't play against Packers. I said that. Everyone's worst nightmare. Relax.
I got to be honest. I checked out on the Niners like a month and a half ago.
Well, I said he missed a game, so everyone's worst nightmare needs to relax.
I knew we saw Brandon Allen at some point, but again, I don't think it was elbow related, but it was an injury.
Well, everyone's worst nightmare will tell us. All I know is that there have been a lot of arm questions with Brock. So the Niners, very, very confusing season for them. They made the Super Bowl. They did get a long-term extension done with Ayuk and Diamador Lenore and Trent Williams, but Ayuk then gets injured. 2024 season was a complete mess. Ayuk gets injured. Christian McCaffrey is injured. He's in Germany getting stem cells. Then he comes back. So that is a mess. Okay. And now Brock has this injury. George Kittle isn't getting any younger. Trent Williams isn't getting any younger. A lot of different situations. So my grade for the Niners in 2024, it's tough because I don't know how much of it is their fault. I do think the Brandon Ayuk stuff could have been handled better, but I'm going to say a C+. You did go to the Super Bowl. You lost, and Kyle didn't know the rules to the overtime. I'm going to give him a C+.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? Is like the football season kind of ends around 2020, like after the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like the sports calendar resets after the Super Bowl. So I guess I would say pre-Super Bowl, it's got to be an A and A+ because of what they did, not just in the Super Bowl, but to beat the Packers,
right,
to beat the Lions, to get to that point. But yeah, man, it's been a tough season. I won't say the window is closed or anything for them at this point, but it's looking real tough out there for the Niners. I'll say a C+ for the 2024 season for the Niners.
And then you have it was shoulder, by the way, for Brock. It was shoulder, not
shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah, take that guy on the Sack Chat. It wasn't his elbow. It was
shoulder.
It was a shoulder. He was ruled out against the Packers. That was in late November. So we're both giving him C+. The Kings, let's go through their year. They beat the Warriors in the play-in tournament, which was electric. They essentially end the big three of Steph, Clay, and Draymond. Clay is in Dallas now. They signed DeMar DeRozan, which had a lot of people happy, had a lot of people talking crazy in both directions, either for the Kings or against the Kings. And then the season started. You know, I will never, for all the people that have poo-pooed the preseason, I don't think, and I'm not saying I was one of those people, I didn't know what to make of the preseason. I will never look at the preseason the same way again, because you go 0-5, and a lot of people said it's just a preseason. Why are you guys freaking out? It kind of was a bad omen on the season. So they go 0-5. They end up firing Mike Brown. Things are a bit of a mess. They're 5 games under 500. We're sitting here begging to get the 10 seed. So if I'm giving the Kings a grade for 2024, they are very lucky. And then they still lost to the Pelicans with no Zion. The Kings, if the Niners got a C+, and there was stuff that they truly couldn't control, I know the Kings had some injuries, but just in general, even from the perspective of the Michael Malones just ripping them and other coaches kind of ripping how they went along with things, I'm giving the Kings a solid D.
Oh, really? Oh, that's disappointing.
What, a D+?
No, I'm not going to say that bad. I mean, the Warriors thing was electric. They ended the Steph, Clay, and Draymond Warriors. They got revenge on them for knocking us out of the playoffs the year before, exorcised those demons. Everything, they got DeMar DeRozan. Everything was going solid A all the way up to that point.
Doesn't C- feel too good, though?
Yeah, well, so here's my thinking. Everything was an A, good vibes, good everything up until the season started. So I would have said, take it all in totality, probably like a B+, a B. But now that they fired Mike Brown, yeah, it's the vibes are gone, the beam team's gone. So I don't know, I'll say B-, C+.
Excuse me?
I don't know. I mean, they had a really great 8 months and a really terrible 4 months.
Yeah,
I don't know what you want to do with that.
I'll give you D+, C-. There's no way I'm giving the Kings. There's no way the Kings are getting a better grade than the Niners. I can't do that.
Okay, then I'll say the Niners are a B+, because the Niners, they couldn't control the injuries.
Right. Exactly.
So I'll say B+.
I wish I had Kyle as a teacher when I was in school. All right, so Kyle, quickly, we will go over our 2024 sports year in review. Best championship team, Celtics.
Yeah, I guess you could say Celtics or the Dodgers, because the Dodgers just
I'm not saying that.
All right.
I'm not saying that. Best storyline, I mean, I think there were a lot of different storylines. Shohei versus Aaron Judge, to me, was fun. And I think baseball needed it. Is it the best storyline off the top of my head? I think it is, but if I were to dig a little deeper, I'm sure there were better storylines. But the Celtics didn't really have much of a storyline. They finally it was finally for the Celtics. And then as far as the Chiefs were concerned, Mahomes is just that dude. So I'm looking at from the major sports. I mean, Caitlin Clark, honestly.
Yeah, that was my answer.
Caitlin Clark.
The explosion of women's basketball culminating with win or go home game 5 overtime between the Lynx and the Liberty. I'm going to go with explosion of women's basketball was just awesome this year.
There you go. So for most underrated out there, I will then go with baseball. Kind of just listening to their audience. I know some purists aren't happy with all of the things that they've done, but I do think they are moving in the right direction. So I'm going to go with the 2024 baseball season. I know we got to get out of here, Kyle, but quickly go ahead.
Most underrated, I'm going to go Kansas City winning back-to-back Super Bowls.
No, we're not doing that.
Yes.
Hey, just want to thank all the listeners. I know it has been quite the season and quite the year with some of the changes that have happened here at Sacktown Sports, but I truly, truly appreciate you listening, tuning in every single day, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. We are continuing to build something here, and we can't do it without you, Kyle. Great job as always and throughout the year. So I thank you. I thank everyone. I thank Bonneville for the opportunity. I do not take this stuff for granted. Everyone enjoy your New Year's Eve and your New Year's, and we will hand it over to the Drive guys. Until 2025, secure the bag, light the beam.
Gotta go. Fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a